All right, it's Felix Sharp from CAMPUS2CANTON.com. Matthew Bruning's going to be joining me here in a second. I have no idea what we're going to talk about. I have no idea if you all can even hear us. Hopefully this microphone is working in this crowded space. We are in Canton, Ohio, the state of Ohio, a disgusting, no good place, but we're here. We're at the FX. We're a lot more prepared than we were last year. We just had a bare table with nothing but T-shirts on the table, but we're giving away a CJ Stroud ball today, a signed CJ Stroud ball. The whole crew is here, even Jarek Backus, the master of our tools, is here. It is you got a lot of people broadcasting live. We got Dynasty Rewind kitty corner from us. We've got Better's Fantasy right across the street from us. We've got our friends Kane and Shane, who we're going to have to bring over here. They are right down the street from us, right here at the FF Expo in Canton, Ohio, at the DoubleTree. Matthew Bruning's going to be joining me a little bit later. We're here just trying to spread the word about the format. That's all we want to do. That's all we've been trying to do since March 2021. And, I think that we're doing a decent job. But we still need to get there. If you're in the comments, let me know if you can hear me. How does it sound in the background? I feel there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of people here. There's a lot going on. It's the Fantasy Football Expo. If you haven't tried it, you need to do it at least once. Make the trip from wherever you are and come support us. Come support your boys at the Fantasy Football Expo. We're just trying to grow the format naturally. Let's see. Who have I got? Scott Fish. I've met Ray GQ. Shane and Kane. Those are friends of ours. We've seen them again this year. Who else have I met? I've met a lot of people out here. So Matthew's going to be joining me. I have no idea what we're going to talk about. Maybe how do we become some of the big dogs here? I don't know. But we are having fun. We're having fun meeting everybody and letting them know about Campus to Canton. I see you, Jay. Hear you breaking up at times. It keeps breaking up. It said. Keeps breaking up. We're gonna get the sound quality. We're gonna get the sound a little bit better here. We might have to go off and then come back on. Matthew's gonna be joining me. So yeah, we're going to get that corrected. But we are here at the Expo Canton, Ohio. I just got my coffee. Austin didn't give me any cream in my coffee. Brought me straight black coffee. I don't know if that makes me less of a man because I want at least 2 creams in my coffee, but I definitely do. But we're mingling. We're mixing and we're mingling. We're going to try to get our sound better here. I might have to do the upgraded internet, get away from the free internet. A little glitchy at the moment, sir. Be the internet connection with everyone there, man. All right. Thanks, Brandon. We might go and come back. We might just get the upgraded internet service. So I think that is what I'm going to do here for a second. We will be right. We're going to be right back. I'm going to put you guys on. Let's see. We'll go to a screensaver. And we'll come back with some good internet. Let's see. But we do appreciate you guys tuning in. Definitely. Let's see. All right. So I'm going to go out. And we're going to see if we can get this sound corrected.
What's up, everybody? Hopefully you guys can hear me. Let me know if my audio sounds any better. We're having some issues connecting with the internet down here, so it's been interesting to say the least. The one and only Jared Wackerly just showed up to the booth. CJ Stroud, baby. Signed CJ Stroud ball. All you got to do is purchase one of those guides, and I know somebody who might be able to rig that contest for you, so who knows? We'll see what happens. But so we're sitting here at the booth. Got our guides out at the table. Felix didn't tell you guys. Our T-shirts are hanging out. We've got a signed CJ Stroud ball. Yeah, 0-1-3. Yeah. Yeah. Him and Moxley may have hit on some gold there. It's been pretty good. What's up? Yeah. So if you guys did miss it, show us the table. So unfortunately, your boy here does not have a camera. We're waiting on Austin. So Austin and Moxley, for those of you guys who are in the NIL versus the C2C league, the auction league, they're actually recording a podcast right now about that. They wanted to record together. So they're working on a show about that right now. When they come back down here, we'll actually have a camera because my camera is connected only to the laptop, Brandon. I apologize. I did not bring my actual webcam. I was limited on space in my bag that I could bring with me with everything because I got a signed CJ Stroud ball I got to take back with me. So limited room for me.
All right, move over, Matthew. What are you doing here? Listen, guys, I've tried to get back to the faster internet so that we could, be streaming a little bit faster. You can hear me. I hear that the audio is breaking up a little bit, but haven't been able to get there yet. We're going to try to figure out. We're doing all this for the first time. Matthew, we something happened yesterday that you were not a party to, but our audience know what it is that happened.
So I am tired, Jay. It's been nonstop for me, so thank you for noticing as well. So what Felix is referencing, for those of you who missed the thread that went wild the other day, is Felix, right. Austin, and myself like to consider ourselves athletes, some of the best in the world. Right. So we were going to race each other when we got down to the Tom Benson Hall of Fame field. I, for those of you who don't know, am from this area. I had not seen some of my family in like 10 years, so I decided after our big dinner to go visit some family, and I showed up to the field. And conveniently, Austin and Felix had decided to race like 3 minutes prior to me showing up.
We want to know about.
Conveniently, they decided to race. So I've seen the video, and I now know that I could easily beat Austin. Felix is going to be a challenge, but I think I've got him. So we're hopefully going to make this happen soon. But Felix just, he believes he's got me. So
you need to talk about the results of that particular race. You need to talk about the results of that race, which was that I dusted Austin. It was a 50-yard race. We started from the goal line and went to the 50. And if you haven't seen it, go check my Twitter account at @SharpStore on Twitter. And your boy dusted Austin. I mean, of course he did. I'm not sure why Austin was as confident as he did. I'm damn near 40 years old. Austin's 25. But, your boy dusted him. So we are here at the FF Expo. Let me know in the comments if the audio is better or is it still glitchy. I see some of you here joining us. Our whole crew is here. CFF Jared, Alfred is mingling with people, trying to get them to learn what C2C is. Matt, our biggest fan, Paula is either our biggest fan or our least, or like the opposite. She just tolerates. I had you on mute because you were going to say it again. Paula, Matt's wife, is either our biggest fan or like not a favorite of us at all because of how much time we take from you.
She is not. I guess she's a fan because she's here 2 years in a row, but I think she mostly just does it to make sure I don't. I guess it's just to make sure that I don't kill myself. As Jay mentioned earlier, I look very tired. It's been nonstop from the minute we got here, so it's definitely been a lot of fun. I hope maybe one year all you guys in the chat here, if you're ever close, you guys can come by. It's very interesting. As I said, hopefully Austin's able to get down here with this camera soon, and you guys can just see. I mean, we've got booths all around us with just everything. I mean, right in front of us, we've got Better Fantasy. You've got the Owners Club, the Commish, Empire Fantasy Football, Dynasty Rewind, a really fun podcast that I love. You've got
and you got Campus to Canton, goddammit.
Well, of course they
you
know
got
we're
Campus
here.
to
They can
Canton.
see us. So there's a ton of people here. We're going to hopefully be interviewing people as they come by. Everybody's starting to get set up and kind of making their way through. Right now, we've got Shane Hallam and Kane Fassell right over here next to us as well. So
Debbie Marketplace, I went on their podcast and sang the wrong theme song the first time I was on the Debbie Marketplace. Let us know in the comments who you would want to hear from. I mean, everybody's here in the fantasy space. So if there's someone that you would want to hear from, let us know. We will track them down. Let's see. Scott Fish is here. Joe Bryan is here. The Lord Don't Lose. I talked to him this morning. Our friends at Rookie Fever, Swagzilla and Michael Finero are here. So we will definitely talk to them. Michael Finero has been doing a Campus to Canton League. He's been DMing me a little bit back and forth. So we'll talk about him. We'll talk with him about his first time experience in C2C. So everyone's here. Everyone's here, Matthew.
Yeah, so Austin is here. It doesn't look like he's recording with Chris Moxley right now. So Moxley just woke up. So this tour may last. Wait a little. Everybody wants a camera. Neither me or Felix have a camera. That's what we're waiting on. So everybody wants to see what's going on around us, and only people can see me and Felix because our cameras are on the laptop. So, but what I can do for everybody, if you guys really want to see what this looks like, I can actually pull this up on my phone and walk through the entire Expo StreamYarding from my phone and kind of show everybody. You won't hear anything from me, but I can possibly do that here in a minute. Felix?
You can do that, and I'll filibuster. I'll narrate while you're doing that, and we will try to get an interview. I feel like they're saying that your microphone is better than mine. Like your audio
I do is better than you, so that's not surprising. But what people are asking in the chat is they really want to know what this ring is you have on. You flashed it a couple times. They want to see. So go ahead and explain that, and I will see if I can get this StreamYard set up on my phone, and I will give you guys a tour with my phone here.
I was gonna have a tasteless joke. But I'm not going to do that joke. No, this is the 2006, I think. This is the 2006 Grand Valley State University Championship ring. Brandon Carr on that team, probably Brandon Carr. I forgot. My boy Cam Bradfield played for the Jaguars, and I am forgetting his name, a linebacker who went to the San Francisco 49ers. We had a couple of NFL guys on that team. We played Xavier Omon in Northwest Missouri State both years, 2005 and 2006. We played Northwest Missouri State, the championship down there at North Alabama. If you ever want to hear the stories from the pre and post game after parties, you'll have to DM me. It's not safe for public consumption. So Matthew's going to get on. And hopefully y'all can still hear me. Matt, can I use your microphone while you're walking around? Okay. I'm going to switch to Matt's microphone since they're saying that works a little bit better. Let's see. I'm going to mute this one. All right. Yeah, that's better. Okay. I can hear myself in my headphones. Okay. So Matt's going to walk around and show you guys what it looks like here. If you haven't been to Canton for the FF Expo, you should come. I mean, all of your favorite fantasy content creators are here, and you can come here to support us. So we appreciate you all tuning in. We are just here trying to spread the word about the format. Some of the guys that we advertise with, Rookie Fever and Dynasty Trades HQ, they're here, so we'll talk to them. But yes, everyone's here. Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life. I talked to Kendall from Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life yesterday. I talked to Sam Holt. I talked to, everyone's, most people. most people in this industry are really, really good and people and easy to talk to. So it's refreshing to kind of see that. So we got to talk about this race yesterday. If you haven't seen the video, Shane, I see you asking about the video. If you haven't seen the video, you should check it out at my Twitter. And I went ahead there and I dusted Austin 50 yards. We were barefoot because that was the only way to make it fair. I had on jeans. Austin had on shirt. We took off our shoes from the 50-yard line. And, you know, I mean, what you expected to happen, happened. Okay. So now I got to figure out when I'm going to race Matthew. And he seems to think that that's going to be a little bit more competitive. I don't know. We'll see. Matthew seems to think that he's, you know, a super fast old man, but at the same time, he just twisted his knee. Interesting. Let's talk about some football news here. British Brooks with North Carolina is out for the season. And if you have bought the rookie guide, or excuse me, the freshman guide, the freshman and supplemental draft guide, you know that there are 2 freshmen there at North Carolina that we should be high on. That is Omarion Hampton, big, thick, 220-pound guy, ran for over 2,000. I think he was Mr. Football in the state of North Carolina. Did not play there in the spring. The other freshman, George Pettaway, did. George Pettaway was already getting starters reps in the spring game, starters rep throughout spring camp. Without British Brooks there, the upperclassmen, you have to believe that it's going to come. I mean, there's probably going to be a committee early, but George Pettaway is going to be a part of that. I think we're going to see Omarion Hampton as the big, thick back. We want to get a piece of Phil Longo's offense. And unfortunately for North Carolina, and Brandon, I know that you are the North Carolina fan. They've had a few injuries with Antoine Green and now British Brooks. So we're going to see a couple of freshmen. I've been mocked and ridiculed, teased, made fun of for touting one Andre Green Jr., the raw prospect. I think Andre Green is a 4-star prospect. Some of his high school tape, you see him playing in literal cornfields at whatever division he was playing there in his high school tape. Matthew's sitting here trying to talk to me while I'm on live. But I think that, and then Andre Green, the reports are that he is looking outstanding. Drake May, Jacoby Criswell, they're going to need somebody to throw to when they're not throwing to Josh Downs. It might be Andre Green Jr. He could have, his stock could be on the rise here early in the fall if he's going to be getting playing time, and it looks like that he might be getting playing time. So if you are playing in Campus to Can leagues with folks who are not paying attention to us, because we've been talking about all 3 of these guys, George Pettaway, Omarion Hampton, and Andre Green Jr., you should go trade for them. I would definitely trade Andre Green Jr. Set up here. Take us around and show you what it's like here. So North Carolina, what else? What's the other news? Treyvion Rudolph, and I have no idea if I'm saying that name right. Treyvion Rudolph. He's the G5 wide receiver there at North Carolina. I'm sorry, I'm distracted a little bit. It's hard to focus with all these people around. Treyvion Rudolph, the wide receiver there at North Carolina, out for the season also. I think Treyvion Rudolph had a chance to be an NFL wide receiver. He can return kicks. You see him run a lot of jet sweeps there at Northern Illinois. Bo, what's up, Bo? Bo, you've been playing in Campus Canton leagues too. You can come out by here and talk behind the mic about what your experience has been like. But Treyvion Rudolph gone for the season, and that's going to hurt a G5 wide receiver who had it. Come around the back. It's going to hurt a G5 wide receiver who is probably had a chance at the NFL, now going to be done for the season. And he might have had the best season. Bo, how do you say your last name? McBrayer. This is Mr. Hot Sauce. Mr. Hot Sauce coming all the way from California. Let me ask you about, because I didn't realize that you were playing in C2Cs.
I just started this year.
What you
Just started this year. I got 3 leagues. One of them's absolutely bonkers, though.
What made you decide to start?
I actually prefer to watch college football, and so I already love watching all those players develop and maybe turn into pros, but maybe just be a great college player, and that's where their journey ends. So that journey for me is what the best part about college fantasy. And so, yeah, I wasn't as interested in Devy because all you're doing is making the dynasty bigger. I like the college fantasy side of it, where actually scoring points, you're having a separate league for those college players. So I can wake up on the West Coast and watch football on a Saturday morning at 9 a.m. And I'm watching guys now that can make me money.
Bo's on the West Coast, so of course he wakes up super late while we're already up at 12 o'clock. He's getting the 9 a.m. on the end games. This is Mr. Hotbox Batch, so make sure you check out Hotbox Batch hot sauce. I actually just used that on my fries the day before I came here. Bo, do you have who are some of your favorite players that you're loving to roster in your C2C?
So my favorite team that I drafted this summer, I went bully tight end because that's what I do. And I ended up having the 1 overall, and I picked Bryce Young. And then I swung around on the 2-3 turn and took both Mayer and Bowers.
He's got some strong tight ends there. Have you used any of CAMPUS2CANTON's tools to help you out? Or
Yes, I have. You guys are the best resource.
We appreciate, and you have the best hot sauce, my man. Hey, we appreciate you joining us. Interact with us, all that stuff throughout the year. We appreciate you coming on.
Thanks, Felix. You look handsome today too, by the way.
This man is handsome. Go try his hot sauce. He talked about Brock Bowers. Let's talk about that tight end room there at Georgia. Not only do they have Brock Bowers, they've got They've got Eric Gilbert. I don't know why I'm blanking on that. They've got Eric Gilbert. They've got Oscar Delp. They've got 4 tight ends who are in my top 10. And Oscar Delp, just as good of an athlete as Brock Bowers. So, that's another player that he's probably not going to get it, but he's reportedly looking great in fall camp. So, and very athletic. So, Oscar Delp. Why am I forgetting the big dude's name? Brandon, help me. Who's the big dude? There's the 6'8", 300-pound tight end that they have that can play like that. Anyway, that's what happens when you're on live TV. Washington, of course. Washington. That's what happens when you're live TV. Matthew, we should probably just use your microphone because it's the heat, like it's everything. So Matthew just did a tour, and he's going to upload the video. It's playing. Before he does that, we should probably talk to our CEO, who doesn't accept that moniker or title. We saluted him yesterday at dinner. Austin Nace at WD's on Twitter. What's your Expo experience?
It's been great. I mean, if you want to do this, I definitely think you should do this. All these people that you listen to every day on your ride to work, on your ride home, watch your shows, talk about it. It's interesting. And everyone is either way taller than you thought or way shorter than you thought.
Give us your assessment of your performance in the race yesterday.
I came out a little weak. I think that the start was really what killed me, and it was just no chance from there. So, I think it was a nice start to see
You think you're going to have better results next year? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think I can just eventually outweight outlast. I think I can eventually outlast you. Really, that's my plan. So,
All right, Austin, get out of here. You're making excuses. Kevin Coleman from the Denver Royale football guys has just joined us. Kevin, why don't you come around and talk to us? Kevin Coleman, salt of the earth, bearded man. The beard is a little bit lighter today here at FF Expo. He cleaned up a bit. Kevin Coleman, give us some of your Debbie Royale. Jeff Bell is here. Christian Williams. Where's Christian Williams? I'm meaning to talk to Christian. The Debbie Royale. You cannot talk to the guests while I'm talking to him, Matthew. Give us some of your favorite players that you are trying to roster on the college side of either your Debbie League or CCC League.
Oh, my favorite. Quentin Johnson, TCU. I love the play. CQC, I'm big Rashawn Luther, Lee Brown, like those guys. You know, and obviously, I know Quinn Ewers, are you a Quinn Ewers fan too? How's that feel?
I mean, you mean the backup quarterback at Texas? I mean, I'm a fan of all college athletes. I mean, even the backup quarterback there at Texas. At the 101, I think not. He thinks not. But who else you got?
No.
You're doing the Austin thing about picking everybody at the top of the. Like I like Bijan Robinson and Jameer Gibbs.
I like Treyvion Henderson. Treyvion Henderson's pretty good. I feel like that's how you get it by. Let me think.
What's your experience been like here at the Expo? Did you see the race yesterday?
I did see the race yesterday.
Can you give your first person assessment of what happened in that race?
I thought Austin was a lot faster than that.
There was no doubt at all that entire from the start to the finish. So,
I know you're good. I like you. I understand you can get hurt. That's what we got.
You can catch the Debbie Royale on Tuesdays at 9:30. Jeff Bell, Christian Williams, and Kevin Coleman. Kevin Coleman seems to believe that not having eggs is weirder than not having had the salad as an adult. Explain yourself. No.
You work out. I don't know.
They tried to get me to have eggs yesterday morning for breakfast, and I considered it. But no, that's gross. It's weirder to not have had a salad. Kevin, tell us about your work. You're with the Debbie Royale. You can check out the Debbie Royale Patreon. $3.99, 3 months plus to get started. Why don't you tell us about your work at football?
Yeah, you can find me at Football Guys. I do redraft dynasty content, articles, rankings, all that. I'm going to have a big in-season column coming out.
Kevin Coleman at Du Bois Women's Sport 2022. You can find him waking up late on the West Coast at that fake time zone. That's what I would do if I was president. I would eliminate Central. Listen, everybody be waking up on Eastern time, which is God's time. And of course, you agree. Even being on the West Coast, you agree with that.
Yeah, well, today I do. I'm tired.
It's 7:48 your time, I guess. Yeah, 7:48 your time. And then you had to wake up, so, you still got some jet lag.
I'm struggling. I hope I can sleep.
Well, follow Kevin at Du Bois _ 22. Follow his work at Football Guys, all of his in-season content, and listen to the Debbie Royale. All right, appreciate it, Kevin. All right. Let's see, who did Kevin talk about? Quinn Ewers. Listen, all of these teams are naming their first-string quarterback. Missouri has. Missouri's named their first-team quarterback. SMU, that battle between Tanner Mordecai and Preston Stone, they've named their starting quarterback. It's Tanner Mordecai again. No, he's got the fire. But for some reason, Steve Sarkisian at Texas has not named his first-string quarterback yet. Can you tell me what's up with that? I don't know how we can trust Quinn Ewers if he cannot beat out Hudson Card for that starting job. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Let me know if the mic is better. And give me a sound check here if it's all right. In the comments, if the mic is good, if you can hear me okay. We're using Matt's microphone a little bit better. Listen, last year when we did this, we had no setup at all. No setup at all. This year, we're a little bit better. We've got the logo behind us. We've got the CJ Stroud ball that we're giving away. We've got the CFF, the Debbie guide, and the freshman and supplemental guide here for people to take a look at. We're doing a little bit better, but we're still working on our stuff with our audio and visual content. We'll be better next year. All right. Colin Decker, you want to come around? Colin Decker is always behind the scenes. Colin, personally, I feel like you do not get a fair shake around here. Austin Ace is just listen. I have way more respect for your work than Austin does. And
The largest.
Colin is, of course, our campus light, and he is our. When you ask for technical support at Campus of Canton, it's Colin Decker. Of course, it's not me. No good well that I can't do shit behind the back end of the website. Colin, why don't you give us? See, Kevin gave us all guys who were taking the first round of WRCDC. Quentin Johnston. Who else did you say? Treyvion Henderson. Why don't you give us some guys that we can take beyond the second or third round? Some deeper guys that you like in C2C this year.
So one of the guys I like a lot, I talked about him on the previous summit that we did. Check that out on the YouTube page. But Jaden Morton, QB, Texas Tech. It sounds like Tyler Shuck is going to be starting there this year. He hasn't played a full season his entire career. I think Jaden Morton's just got better. I think he's going to end up taking that job and want the QB in the side of the offense. So that's a guy you can target there. And then another guy that I'm a huge fan of is Josh Simon, tight end, Western Kentucky. He last year threw one game, he got hurt, and then didn't finish the season out. But through one game, he had 70 yards and 2 touchdowns. So he was off on a constart, fortunate injury. But this year, Western Kentucky loses their top 2 guys from last year. They lose a combined 3,000 yards and almost 30 touchdowns. There's a lot of volume left in a high volume passing offense, and not a lot of cruising wide receivers there. So Josh Simon's talented. He's basically a big wide receiver and tight end. And you can do a lot with a late round tight end. And once you get past the top 3 guys in Mayer, Trey, and Bowers, I mean, it's just about that money.
Well, Josh Simon played like 3 quarters and scored 25 points last year in that particular offense. Designated as a tight end, but principally playing wide receiver. A lot of people, including myself, are rostering these Zach Kinsley branch offenses. So either Texas Tech with Tyler Show and Miles Price, or back home at Western Kentucky, Jared Nagy, Josh Simon, Malachi Corley, Daywood Davis. What are the chances that lightning strikes again with both of these offenses being CFF winners? What do you think?
I mean, I don't think we're going to see the Bailey CFF production, but even if you hit 80% of Bears production, then you're still looking at one of the top offenses in the country. Hope for both of them. I think it works for both of them. I mean, Zach is going to Texas Tech. They have some pieces in place that we like, and it's going to be interesting to see what this offense translates to top 5 level. But there's not a lot of defense that scare you anymore in the Big 12. I mean, Oklahoma State lost Jim Nolan to Ohio State, so early transition, they were a little bit tough, but after that, nobody scares you there. So I think this offense is Power 5 level, pretty well productive. Texas Tech. And then in Western Kentucky too. I mean, they're playing in G5 conference. There's nobody that scares you there. There's not even a Baylor. There's nobody that scares you. I think this offense can also put about 80% of production they put up last year. And again, you're looking at 2 of the top fantasy offenses. So I think maybe it's not lightning quite striking twice, but this is really good sitting there.
Tell us something about Austin that nobody knows, nobody would expect.
That's a good question. Austin. Alex Shockley likes to bring that up all the time.
Tell us something embarrassing. Give us some embarrassing information. Well, Colin, I'm going to filibuster here while you think about it. So, we're going to be depending on these Western Kentucky offenses. Another team that appears to have named the starter, Western Kentucky, between Jared Nagy Austin Reed and shoot, the guy that what other kid's name? No. I'm sorry. I'm thinking between Reed and Davey. But at Texas Tech, it was Show. The guy who was an athlete who played running back and then played quarterback, Donovan Smith, and then Barrett Gordon. It looks like Donovan Smith is out of the running there. It's going to be Tyler Show and maybe Barrett Gordon as the backup with Donovan Smith. They're talking about him having certain packages and potentially playing wide receiver. So he seems to be out of it. It seems like it's going to be Tyler Show with Barrett Gordon potentially as backup. So if Zach Kinley stays there, you're going to want to have Barrett Gordon at some point. Barrett Gordon, we had Alan Drew on 24/7 Sports. And he was one of the players that Allen highlighted. So, all right, give us the embarrassment on Austin.
So Austin's very tight. He buttons everything up. Just to put the time in his picture there. So there's not a lot of embarrassing moments about him, but in college, there was a good story that he and some of the other guys climbed up to the top of a building and then jumped off the campus police game and then ran back to the house in the snow. So they caught him.
Austin Nace, a felon, according to Colin Zachary. We appreciate that information. All right, we see that you guys are saying that it's still a little bit hard to hear, so we're going to go on. I'm going to throw on a video and see if we can get that corrected. Listen, this is just our second year here. We're trying to get everything, copacetic. We're set up here visually. If you saw our table, you would be proud of us. We're still getting audio and video together. So we're going to try to get it set up, and I'll be right back with everybody. All right, here we go. myself, Jared Wackley. I don't know where to start. J-Wack, you like Andrew Paul. Why don't you tell us, about Andrew Paul there at Georgia and how you can roster him?
I'm rostering him because Felix has him high in his rankings compared to the rest of the C2C staff, and I always sort it by Felix because I know he knows what the hell he's talking about. So, and Felix is early on him, and I got him on my rosters because nobody else had him high. So, I appreciate it, man.
225 pounds, running back, who ran for 2,600 yards there at Texas Episcopal High School last year. Transferred school as a junior, got injured as a junior. High school coaches believe that he would have been more highly touted had he not been injured. J-Wack, who are some other players that you are rostering, in your C2C in the freshman supplemental draft? And I'll give you a second to, I'll filibuster here for a second while you think about it.
No,
You got it. Okay.
Dude, sleeper Dane Key from Kentucky. He was, I don't know what star he was. Yeah, but Kentucky news media, they're like, I don't want to see it. I can't. Coach, like, this guy is already preparing receiver. So I know everybody's all over Darian Brown out there, but I think you got to get him, especially with, like the receiving core they have there. There's opportunity right away. So.
Will Levis needs some wide receivers to throw bubble screens to, right?
Yeah, I like Will Levis, dude. I like him.
Explain yourself, please.
I think he has all the tools that you need physically. His wind-up will get it weird, man. He's got to decide on.
We get an email for everybody who signs up for a guy. So everybody,
You can do that right now.
yeah, anybody who's up
Talent
to
there. You can run. You can process it well, I think. So, you just need to.
If you don't, Jared Wackley, myself, and Nick Whalen do film reviews on the Dynasty Nerd channel. So check out that on the Dynasty Nerd YouTube page.
Soon with C2C We're gonna cross stream that on C2C.
Absolutely. Shout out to Nick Whalen, who couldn't make it out here today. Talk to me a little bit about Dynasty Nerds and at least like the team tool. Like,
We got the Dynasty GM tool. So basically, you can see sleeper leagues, NFL leagues, FFPC, with it just by using the login. It brings in all your team, all your players, and it basically analyzes the league, tells you who's strong at what positions, like who you should be rebuild, if you should be protected, shows you player shares, you pull in all the trades from sleeper dynasty leagues and then publish. I think if we can, I think that would who's trading for, I don't know, anybody.
Wandale Robinson.
Yeah, you can see who's trading for Wandale Robinson and what they're trading for. But we're doing GM 2.0.
I've definitely sent dollars.
So it's going to be a PFF experience. And that's what we are.
All right, check out J-Wack on Twitter. Check him out at Dynasty Nerds. Check him out. He's famous now for his Browns content. All right, appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. All right, Randy, well, I'm gonna try to get this audio working a little bit better here. We're figuring we have no idea what it is that we're doing, so we're gonna try to get that fixed. Here we go.
Hey, so the video is ready to go, and Jared's here. If you want Jared All right, what's up, everybody? We're back now with Austin's. You can't hear me? Let's see here. Good. Good. So it's lagging. Can you hear me? Am I talking straight to you now? Okay.
Does the audio sound good though, even though it's slow?
It's just lagging a little bit. Okay. So if this is being correct, we're being told the audio is fine. It's just lagging a little bit. So Jarek's going to join Felix here in a second. Then we'll play the. I did do a tour around all the booths. We'll play that, and then we're going to get Barnabas on as well, who I think you guys have seen at least once. Who? McDowell? We will get McDowell as well here in just a minute.
All right, so hopefully this audio sounds a little bit better. We're figuring all this stuff out for the first time. Just stay with us, bear with us. Eventually, we will be professionals, and we will figure out what the hell we're doing. This guy is a professional. Jarek Backus handles all of the tools at Campus to Canton. He created all of the tools. More behind the scenes. Jarek, first of all, it was good seeing you. I called Jarek. If you ever seen Minority Report, one of the precogs, we had to protect him at any cost. He's too valuable. Jarek, give us, from the analytical perspective, is there a player or players that you are gravitating towards in your C2Cs this year?
Yeah, so in one of my supplemental drafts this year, I've been targeting Dante Cephas a decent amount, trying to get him as many as I can because he really broke out last year.
That seems like a CFF play, but you're telling us Dante Cephas.
I mean, even though it's going to be his senior year, I believe. He did pretty well in his junior year. He was over the magic line, if you will, in reception yards per team pass attempt, and so I think if he keeps on that track going to his senior year, then he's gonna have a big year, and he could have some draft potential, I'd say.
Look at Jarek. Listen, this is why I love C2C, because everyone has named different players. Everyone here has named different players, including Jarek here, giving us some Dante Cephas love. That's awesome. Jarek, the receiving yards per team pass attempt, the magic line, I don't know what that is. Can you explain what that is and where we can find that information?
Yes. Well, you can find that on Campus to Canton's metric app. And what it is literally just the reception yards a player has per their team's pass attempt. And it's kind of how
is that correlative to that player being successful fantasy-wise? Or
so when you look at it, it's one of the most successful metrics predicting to NFL success. And So
Jarek is telling us that according to the information he's looking at, Dante Cephas is a player that you should be paying attention to. And quite frankly, I think Dante Cephas is a player that you're getting, in the middle rounds or after the 20th round in a C2C startup, and he's probably available in a lot of freshman drafts. So, and you can find this tool. Where can you find this tool to sort players by receiving yards per team pass attempt?
So there's a data metrics table tool on our site, and that's where you can sort them by any metric, really, any advanced metric, basic metric that you want to.
And you can sort and you can plot even more than one player on that graph to see how they shake out. Like what's the date range of players that you can sort through? Because we can look at players like I can compare Dante Cephas and Devontae Adams or who was another NFL, I don't know why I can't think of another Jalen Waddle, for example. I can compare those players on the same graph, right?
Yeah, I think you can go back to 2008 NFL draft season, so players that were in that class.
So if you want to compare players between 2008 and who are in college now, you can go ahead and do that at CAMPUS2CANTON.com. Jarek, thank you for designing these tools. I could have done it myself, but I figured, we would give you something to do at the website. I got other things.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, appreciate you, Jarek. Go ahead and check out the tools at CAMPUS2CANTON.com. There are more people tuning in, so I'm assuming that means that you all can hear us now, and the audio is a little bit better. But we still don't know what we're doing, so it might be terrible as far as I can tell. We've had a lot of people mention different players, and Yes, much better. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you. We appreciate it. I really want to get some first-time C2C players around here to figure out the why. The why. Mr. Sunshine, Mr. Sunshine himself, Froton. Eric Froton from NBC Sports Edge came all the way from California. And doesn't he look like California? I mean, he's so pretty. If he wasn't doing fantasy content, he would probably be a model or an actor somewhere. Froton, from the CFF perspective, give me a sense of some players that you are gravitating to this year that are not, names that everyone's talking about.
I like Josh Kelly as a wide receiver.
Fresno State,
baby. You got Carrick Wheatfall and him were sharing that prime, the X spot last year. You have everybody coming back. Wheatfall's gone. It's Kelly's spot by himself. And, while you do have Jalen Cropper there, he's a slot receiver. And you can't, as we know in the college fantasy football realm, it applies as well to NFL, of course. That outside guy is going to eat. And when he's not splitting reps, he's going to be able to turn that 700 yards he got in 5 touchdowns last year. I think he hits 1,000 because we got Jay Kaner back. We have continuity in the coaching staff. They promoted from within the OC ranks. You got Jeff Tedford back. Even though Kalen DeBoer, their head coach, who is an absolute offensive guru, is in Washington now, they still have the band is back together. Jordan Mims took over for Ronnie Rivers last year. Didn't miss a beat. The whole offense is well-formed. Them and Boise State are the 2 favorites right now in the Mountain West. I believe it's Fresno State's plus 240 and Boise State's plus 220. And then everybody else pretty much plus 500 or less when it comes to the betting odds. So I really love the aspect of getting that primary deep threat in a group of 5 conference where you have an alpha team that is going to be delivering the goods. They're going to be scoring 35 points a game. You can lock that in. And I like the certainty of that.
A lot of people like Josh Kelly, Jalen Cropper. Are you telling me that you prefer Kelly over Cropper, or are you just saying we need to pay attention to Kelly also?
Oh, I'm just saying also. And Cropper, in terms of CFF formats, he's a top 5. He's going round 4, 5 is right around where he's going, which is a premium position in redraft 12 leagues. I think he's good, obviously. But it's about the piece of the pie. How big is the pie that we're choosing from? There's room for 2 guys. If both of them get 100 targets, which I do think they get, they're going to catch 65% of them, call it. Maybe Cropper even a little more because they'll have a lower ADOT. But I feel like there's enough to go around for 2 primaries to be productive fantasy receivers. And right now, Kelly is going, at least in the drafts I've been doing, redrafts, 12 teams, generally 28, 30 rounds. I've been getting him round 25, 26.
You're going to want to follow Eric for betting and CFF content. Find him on Twitter. What's your Twitter handle?
It is CF Froton on the Twitter. Thanks.
I didn't know that one off the top of my head. So you mentioned Kalen DeBoer going from Fresno State to Washington. Washington, their starting quarterback could be Michael Penix. It could be Sam Hewitt. I think we're leaning towards Penix. But Austin Ney seems to believe that DeBoer being there is going to be good for Romeo Odunze and Jalen McMillan. Do you believe in those 2 wide receivers who really haven't? Is the system going to go to Washington? Do we believe in those guys, those 2 wide receivers?
Well, I'll say this. What I didn't believe in last year was offensive coordinator John Donovan's game scripts, which were horrific from a fantasy perspective. There was nobody who was rosterable in Washington last year because of the archaic system they were running. I mean, you get a forward-thinking offensive mind who turned around Indiana in 1 year. They scored 41 points a game. All right. And then they go from that to 2-10 last year and a complete dumpster fire. So you see the effect especially in college, that a great coach, a great mind and a schemer can have an effect, and it can be overnight. I personally, I respect the Odunze and McMillan. I'm a McMillan guy. I just thought, watching him coming out of high school, I know you watch a lot of the film as well. You guys are incredible film guys. But he's lean, he's tall, and I just felt like I loved his tape coming out of high school. I just really did. And I want to see him get that opportunity. And I think he can do it. I mean, are we talking 1,000 yards in year 1? Possibly not, but I think 808, 55, 808 is a very realistic goal. With if we're looking in a dynasty perspective, I think he hits. I think year 2 is going to be big for Washington.
You can follow Eric at CF Froton on Twitter, and obviously you can find him at NBC Sports Edge. He likes to write too. This guy is a writer, so follow his work there. Hey, we appreciate you coming on and talking about some West Coast football.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Fresno State. Jake Haener, one of my favorite players. I think that he has an NFL future. I love his game. Somebody who transferred from Washington to Fresno State. So appreciate you coming on, and we'll follow your work, man.
Oh yeah, thanks, Felix. Love you guys. Love C2C. Play C2C.
Look, listen. All the people are here. Everybody's here. Everyone's cool. Even Mike Valerie. I wish I could show you what Mike Valerie looks like. He looks like he's a groomsman, or that he's going to go on some sort of yacht out here. FF Dirty Mike. We'll get him to come on too. Mike, how's your first year at the Expo been?
It's been great. It's killed every expectation out here. Meeting tons of people, networking. It's been great.
Mike, we've been asking everybody to give us some players that they're drafting in C2C leagues, that people aren't really talking about. And we've had different answers for everyone. And I know you have the Debbie aspect, so I'm going to filibuster here for a second. But I want you to give us a player or some players that you're saying, hey, this is somebody that I have to roster in my C2C leagues or in my Debbie leagues.
Yeah, okay. So I was going to talk about him on the podcast next week, but I'm going to talk about Jeremiah Hunter, wide receiver for Cal. For just Cal. I almost said Cal State. For just Cal. He has a 2.19 yards per route run, which means that when he's out there, he's getting targeted. Now, he's upheld that efficiency 2 years in a row. They get a transfer quarterback in from Purdue. I'm not really familiar with the offensive system myself, but that guy gets targeted when he's out there, and now he's the number 1 on the depth chart. I think they lost 2 to eligibility, so he's definitely a guy that can take off for 1 year, maybe 2. Probably a CFF asset, but he's definitely on the fringe outside of my Debbie radar.
Mike, were you there yesterday for the massacre that was me racing Austin?
I was not there, but I watched the videos.
And tell the folks what you saw in the video.
I saw poor form, but I still think these guys are faster than Jalen Wademeyer. I'm not sure Kyron Williams could have kept up, but it was interesting.
All right, appreciate you, Mike. And Mike, FF Dirty Mike, you can find him on Twitter. You can find his work at CAMPUS2CANTON.com, and you can find his new podcast, Back to Debbie, which is a subtweet of Debbie Debate. Mike seems to think that we do not talk enough Debbie on Debbie Debate.
I got a comment about that. It's low-key a subtweet shirt, but we're just trying to stay on brand. We put the 2 in the middle, like C2C. We're trying to stay on brand. That was not the full intention.
And, of course, on the first episode, they talked about Dylan Gabriel and Ramon Davis on the Debbie show. Tons of Debbie value there between those two. All right, appreciate you, Mike. Thank you. Thank you for coming on. Everyone's mentioned a different player. So if there are some guests that you want us to have on, I see Mr. Trophy Smack right in front of me. I think we're going to have Ryan McDowell on a little bit later. If there are some guests that you want us to have on, we'll go track them down. Just name them. We're going to play the video here, so I'm going to keep talking while you go ahead and find that video. I feel like I want to talk to Paula too. Paula is Matt's wife, who I was convinced did not like me the last year, because I was always yelling at her husband and essentially cussing him out on the early episodes of the Debbie Debate.
You can talk to her after the video's done. So there's the video of me walking around the conference. I'll show you guys all the booths. All right, everybody. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. I'm going to just have to record this because I cannot get it to connect to the StreamYard. And I'll just flip it around here in a minute and show you guys. So we're going to walk through the hall of everything going on here. So if you guys can still hear me, here is everything going on in the hall. We got Roto World from NBC Sports Edge. You keep on going down, you got the fantasy headliners all the way over here. Keep moving around, you got Fantasy in Frames, Big Guy Fantasy Sports, whole other group of booths over there, which we'll get to in a minute. FTN is here. You've got the IDP guys and our good friend Brandon Hay. You got all the good guys at Dynasty Nerds, Garrett Price and Jared Wackerly right there. Football guys is here. Keep on coming around. You got the great group over there at Dynasty Rewind. There's Kevin Coleman, Nate, Christian, you got Bauer over there, Better Sports Owners Club. Obviously, there's us right here. So here's our booth. We got the guys set up right there. Felix talking right now, as you guys can probably see as I walk by. There's our t-shirts that we're giving away. The signed CJ Stroud ball. There's some of the other guys there. Jared. We got it. There's Shane Hallam right there in the draft countdown. What's up, Scott? How you doing? You got everything going on over here too. Commish, go back around. Come all the way over here. All these guys as well. And then you might think we're almost done. We are not. Dynasty Trade Calculator. You got the fantasy guys over here. Even more going on. So we flip around. You got Chalk over here. The IDP Army. And then we're right back over here at where that exit was at that I showed you guys earlier. And all this stuff right here. So that right there is everything going on, guys. Again, next year you guys have got to make it up here. It's going to be a ton of fun. All right, everybody. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. I'm going to just have to record.
All right. Matthew gave us that tour of what you can see here at the FF Expo. Matthew's lovely wife, Paula, is here. Paula, I feel like at the early episodes of the Debbie debate, me and Matthew were just yelling at each other. I mean, did you hear any of that noise?
All the time.
And did you think that we did not like each other?
Yeah, for sure.
It was still good content, though, right? You liked the show, though, right?
Do I watch the show?
Do you watch the show?
I do. It comes up on my feed.
Look, we got support right there. But since then, I feel like we're a lot calmer in like this past year. We're a lot calmer.
I think it's because you guys have a bigger group now. You guys are a lot calmer, so it's not just you guys going back and forth at each other. So you have more people to argue with and more content to.
Yeah, we got Chris in Austin to kind of separate us.
Yeah.
And Austin talks a little bit more than he used to.
He does.
So I need to ask you an important question. This is very important. Matthew is an Ohio State fan. Does that make you also an Ohio State fan?
Negatory.
Woohoo! That's what I like to hear. Do you have a team that you root for?
The Steelers.
The Steelers. That's the Browns' rival.
Yes, they are. He didn't know that when we were together.
So does it get heated when because that's 2 times a year where it's a divided household?
We stay away from each other. We don't talk about who won over who, which, I mean.
Well, Paula's been here 2 years in a row, and I remember the first time I saw, first Matt and Paula was just giving me the eye like, I don't like that dude. Am I right or wrong?
You're wrong.
Nope. Her and Matthew are like, this. I'm wrong. Okay. All right. Well, we're a big family here at C2C. We got support from everybody. Austin brought his wife last year, but she is not here this year. But it is a big family. Do you believe in what it is that we're doing at the company?
I do, actually. I feel like it's going to grow. People are going to get more interested in it. Not many people do college fantasy football.
Now, Chris Moxley has been talking about the wives doing a podcast. I'm always trying to get more content.
I see. Yeah.
All right. Appreciate you, Paula. Thank you for supporting us. We appreciate it. All right. We're going to have more people on. We're going to have more people on as we go on. I'm going to play the, I don't have anything to take a break. So I'm going to play the our little intermittent video, and we'll go find some more people, and we'll talk about some more stuff, and we'll be right back. All right. Here we go. All right, Michael Finero, who I called Michael Sipes earlier. Michael Sipes, of course, of Dynasty Trades HQ, and Michael Finero of Rookie Fever is somebody that you have a promo code for campus.
Promo code. We have a promo code. All you have to do is use promo code FEVER to save 10%.
Fever, and your boy Swags, very appreciative, brought me some Faygo. I mean, that's love right there.
That was very nice of him. He thought of you and only you on that one.
If you know, you know. Now, I wanted to talk to you because you are doing C2C for the very first time.
I am very intimidating, but I have been I heard that I have freshman fever. It's the first time I ever heard of this, but it's basically untapped potential. You would expect that from a guy who has a podcast that talks about rookies all the time. So I have freshman fever, and boy, do I have it. I was like, oh, my God, I want more and more freshmen on this team.
Well, I'm going to ask you about some freshmen that you're liking and you're trying to get rostered. But I think for a lot of people, that intimidation factor can be tough to get over because you don't know who the players are. How have you been able to deal with that?
Well, I have CAMPUS2CANTON to lean on for that. And I'm not even just saying that because there's a promo code. Like, seriously, we started a listener league at Rookie Fever, and everybody's using it. So I have to figure out a way to get an edge because we're all using the same rankings. So I just DM Felix. Say, Felix, what do I do here?
But the rankings and the tools, you think that they've guided you a little bit to, when you get into deeper rounds of your startup draft?
Absolutely. There's a tool in particular where you can actually type in the player's name and go, well, maybe I can wait a couple rounds on this guy because you don't know, right? Like, you're new to the format. So you type in the player's name and it gives you the probability of when and what round that player will be available. That's invaluable. I mean, that's really cool. And then you have the Discord where you just go in there and just start asking questions. And you have all this. I mean, it's a very, very supportive platform.
Make sure you check out Rookie Fever. He already gave you the promo code, but he and Swags do really good work plugging CAMPUS2CANTON. All right, can I ask you about some players that you like? This is a guy that I've taken a look at because you're a first timer, so I really want to know who you've liked early on in draft.
Well, the one name that I was really glad to get was Quentin Ewers. That was a name I was really, really, really hoping that we would get because I had 2 CAMPUS2CANTON drafts right now. Didn't get a hold of him, and I was doing because you can do it any way you want, right? You can start building up that college side and not really worry about them transferring to the NFL, which isn't me. Like, I want to get this NFL production going. But I also have like a Hendon Hooker, Tillman combination, which is like, well, maybe Hendon Hooker will come something in the NFL, hopefully. But that one's fun. Have the Penn State crew. I got James Washington. I know he's
Parker Washington.
Yeah. I know he's not a freshman, but we have I believe a freshman quarterback, correct, at Penn State?
Drew Aller is the 5-star freshman. He's one of our highest rated freshman quarterbacks. Look very similar to Josh Allen, at least as a high school.
So we have both those 2 young quarterbacks on our listener league on our squad, Swags and I. So I'm excited about those.
So are you going to be watching football on Saturdays now?
Dude, oh my God, yes. I'm really excited about it. The thing that I always wanted to sit down and watch college football, but it was like not understanding the players, not knowing who they were, because like there's so much, like there's great teams in college, and then there's other teams that are small schools, and I don't know the difference in what conference and some of that. Now I kind of have like a little taste of that where I want to learn more. That's how this all happened, right? Like when you're in redraft and you get a little taste of Dynasty, that's all you need is that little taste. I'm getting that little taste of C2C now, and I'm going to be watching college for sure.
Well, you can find Finero at Aardvark TV on Twitter, and of course listen to Rookie Fever. We appreciate you joining me, man. And we appreciate the work that you guys do for CAMPUS2CANTON. I love that relationship. Of course, my boy Swags is from Kalamazoo, so it's just natural because Kalamazoo stand up all day. All right. Appreciate you, man. All right. I love this, man. I love this community here. You see how natural everybody is and how good these dudes are. So make sure you listen to Rookie Fever. I didn't say anything about Quentin Ewers being the backup quarterback at Texas. Sorry, not sorry, but he is the backup, at least so far, because they've had the scrimmage, and Hudson Card continues to take first team reps. Look, I'm trying to produce the show and talk at the same time, like getting people that we want to talk to. So, yeah, man, Texas. I don't care who's starting for that team between Isaiah Nayor and Xavier Worthy, and then the running backs just between Bijan Robinson, Jadon Blue, and even Jonathan Brooks. I think we like all of those guys. Texas might be back if if their offensive line, which I think according to PFF was ranked like 73rd last year, right below Troy, if I'm remembering correctly, if they can block. Now, I can tell you we're going to find out really early on in week 2 when Texas plays Alabama. I feel like we got to do some sort of something for that particular game. But that is going to be that's going to be one to watch. That's going to be one to watch. If I gave you 10 points for Texas, would you take it? Would you take the points, or would you take Alabama? I mean, where would that? What I don't know what the terminology is, but where would that line have to be? How many points would I have to give you for Texas to take Texas? Is 10 enough? Is 10 enough? It would be 12. Would it be 14? I just think that Will Anderson is going to ragdoll that Texas offensive line. And I don't know that game is going to be close. I want it to be. Here's the thing, though, about that game. You've got no JoJo Earl. You've got an offense that is, kind of retooling. They got new weapons in the backfield, all new wide receivers. Alabama's offensive line is always going to be okay, but that's an offense that is retooling. So maybe they are not as explosive early on as teams in the past have been. So maybe we see a closer game. That's all I can hope for, because I think that Will Anderson and Dallas Clark, that they are going to absolutely eat that Texas offensive line. Let's bring on Mr. DLF himself, Mr. DLF, and my ride to and from here, Ryan Mcdowell. Ryan, I feel like I should. I mean, you've been in this game longer probably than anyone here, and you've been in Devy and in college fantasy for a while. It feels like the Devy space is growing. Is that what you're seeing too?
Yeah, absolutely. Growing every year. You guys are obviously a huge part of that, huge proponents of it. But it's not just Devy. Sports betting, booming, of course. College is college, and college fantasy is feeling that. So really there's so much room to continue to grow for Devy, for college fantasy, for that whole format, which feels great.
Now, I'm going to talk to you about some NFL, because on the way up here, I got a lesson from Mr. McDowell, and there is a particular young wide receiver that you are very high on, that I think that we are very high on too. As a matter of fact, Alfred Fernandez was our first guest on the Devy Debate, was Alfred Fernandez, and he talked about this player. Who is this player? And his situation may have changed a little bit because he had a quarterback injury. Can you talk about this player and why you like him?
That's true. Yeah, love Elijah Moore this year. I love him for redraft and especially dynasty with his age, with his situation. Yeah, we had a little scare this weekend for sure, but it feels like we're going to come out of that safely, hopefully in the near future with the Zach Wilson injury. But yeah, we had a great conversation about Elijah Moore. I did the Kings Classic draft and auction yesterday, was able to scoop him up in that. So he's on my team for this year, and he's on a lot of my dynasty teams. As I said, I love that situation. We've already seen those reports that he's established himself as the one there, which is no surprise to me. But
a player who can play the slot, who can get vertical. So if Joe Flacco has to start a few games for him, are you a little bit scared to start Elijah Moore, or is it all systems go for him?
It's still all systems go. He's still the one. Flacco is what he is, but he's got a big arm, even at his age, with several years in the league. So he can get it deep for sure to Elijah Moore. And we still probably expect the Jets to be trailing early in the season. So there's going to be plenty of pass opportunities.
Let me ask you about this 2022 class, a down running back class, but a class that a lot of people liked for the wide receiver position. Some of these players even taken in the second round that we like, George Pickens, like Wan'Dale Robinson, that we expect to be productive fantasy wise. Is there? And you can go running back, you can go quarterback if you want to, but is there any particular player in the 2022 class that, like, hey, despite this being a weak class, I really like this player, or their value?
There's a ton. This class takes a lot of heat from me and from everyone because it's just not there at the top, right? After Breece Hall, if you've got the 1-2, we feel pretty good about Drake London. We saw him get hurt this weekend as well, but it's just not top heavy at all. I actually really like the depth of the class. I love the third round. If I've got multiple third round picks in a dynasty rookie draft, I'm feeling good. I'm finding guys I like. One of those guys, the one guy I'm targeting in every draft, is Brian Robinson, Washington running back. I think he can do a little bit of everything. We saw him add that pass game element to his agenda or to his resume in his final season at Alabama. So that's there. My guy Antonio Gibson is struggling. We lost a fumble yesterday. Robinson came in, played well, scored a touchdown in that preseason game. So I think we're going to see more and more of Brian Robinson.
Players that we should probably trade for now. So can I ask you about Sam Howe? Since we're talking about Washington, Sam Howe very productive yesterday, and he's a player that you could probably take because he fell. This is a guy who was projected to be the number 1 overall pick, before the season started. Ends up going to the 5th round to Washington. I don't know that Carson Wentz is, that big of an obstacle for him. Of course, he's, a veteran, but do you have good feelings about Sam Howell? Is he someone that you want to roster, at least in Superflex leagues?
I wouldn't say I have good feelings, but I think it's really true of the entire quarterback class, even though we saw most of those guys that we hyped for a couple of years fall to day 2, some even to day 3. They're almost all in good situations, right? With Carson Wentz being the main guy ahead of Sam Howell, some of the other rookie quarterbacks are in similar spots with shaky veterans in front of them. That's kind of the best thing I can say about Sam Howell is that I think he's going to get a chance, and then we'll see what he does with it.
All right, you heard it from the man himself, Mr. DLF, Ryan Mcdowell. I appreciate you joining. I appreciate you giving me a ride here. Appreciate it, man. All right, hello. Thank you, Ryan. All right, look, that's what the community is here. That's what the community is here. Everyone, for the most part, supports each other, and it's nothing but love from the Dynasty community, from the CFF community. Everyone is just really, really supportive, and you got to make it down here at some point. At least come to support. Campus to Canton. I'm going to bring this guy on, and if you're a Campus to Canton subscriber, you know this guy's work because he designed the new website. Nate, I feel like we have a good relationship. Yeah, all of the Campus to Canton and you, we love your work, and you've been a great supporter of ours. Why is this working so well?
It's working so well because you guys are an amazing group that has all this chemistry, and you're in a niche that is so needed in this industry. And I fell in love with you guys in a friendship standpoint last year, and I love working with you all. And I was so happy to be able to build the site for you and make things work out so that you guys have been exploding since that. And I look back and I'm just like, holy cow. Like, I knew you guys had it. You guys got the potential, and now you're realizing it. And seeing you guys here again at the Expo is just amazing. And all of you guys here, I've had a great time this weekend.
Last year, we didn't have a table cover. We didn't have anything behind us. We just had T-shirts on a picnic table. That's all we had. And so now we are doing a little bit better than that. We're going to work on our audio and video for next year. It seems like we've sorted through some of those problems. But you're doing some work on content creation. Where can we find that?
Yeah, so I am launching a new brand, content design coach. If you go on YouTube and you search content design coach, I have a few videos up there. One of them is a preview of the chat we had, which some of these I'm going to be releasing longer form videos as well as a website. And it's all geared to helping people that are trying to figure out how to get into the industry or create content to learn those skills to do it. Launch a website, launch a YouTube channel, start writing. How do you find the right place to write for? What are you writing about? All of these things, and building a community that will be people looking to get better, people that are brands that are trying to hire, and then experts that are just not just me. Like, I've got a bunch of guys that are committed to coming in and just sharing their experience with everyone. And this stuff, I keep kind of pushing it back because life gets in the way and everything, but it is definitely coming soon. I've got tons of awesome interviews, one with you guys. Well,
let me give you a compliment here because not only did you design the website and just, make it look good, but you also gave us tips on a business perspective on things that we needed to do. So I just appreciate your guidance on those things.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been doing this now for 5-something years, and I'm learning these things myself. So I just like sharing that and passing it forward. I've got connections with high up in Dell with an investor there. I got small business investors, all sorts of stuff that are helping me on the business end and everything. And then I just kind of pass that along because I want to see you guys grow, succeed, and be the DLF of, you know, this industry of campus and Canton and college football, fantasy football, all that stuff. I want to see you guys just do so well. And I appreciate you bringing me on here to, you know, hawk my wares.
Well, I mean, dude, you've been such a help to us, so it's only natural to bring you on, at least to say thank you and for people to follow you on Twitter for your content design, coach content, but also if they want to get in the industry and they need to, you know, who helped us design, who helped us get to where we're at. It's Nate. So Nate, appreciate you coming on, man.
Yeah, thank you so much. You can follow me on Twitter at Nate Cheat. I will, if you are at the Expo, please come to it's a breakout session starting up here very soon. And your time is very off in about 15 minutes. And it's how to launch a fantasy football website. And I'm breaking it all down. So that's where I'm off to right now.
Appreciate you, Nate. Appreciate you. All right. You know, I want to elaborate a little bit on what Ryan McDowell, what he was saying a little bit about Elijah Moore. If you listen to the Debbie debate, you know, and if you're not even a college fantasy or a C2C player, we talk about these guys that you're going to need to draft in dynasty leagues 2 years before they're draft eligible. We were pounding the table for Elijah Moore in 2020. And now Ryan McDowell, he's got him in his top 15, not at the wide receiver position, at any position overall, he's got Elijah Moore. So pay attention to the Campus to Canton podcast feed. Give us a rate and review. If you want to support what it is that we're doing, there are tons of free ways to do that. Go to the Campus to Canton podcast feed. You got some time right now. It's here. We're here on a Sunday. Give us a rate and review, a 5-star rate and review. Tell us why Austin is terrible. Tell Matt why he's great. Tell me this guy that we're going to talk to. You're going to hear from a lot more on the Campus to Canton podcast feed, and you probably already read his work. J. Barnabas Lee. Is a Lee your last name? He is a Maryland Terrapin. I want to talk to you about them, okay? Because if you're playing in C2C leagues, then Dante Demas versus Raheem Jarrett is a argument worth having. Raheem Jarrett just named in Bruce Feldman's freak list. What do Maryland's fans feel about those two wide receivers and specifically whether or not Jarrett is worthy of that hype?
Yeah, so all reports coming out of camp are that Demas is healthy enough. No one's saying he's like fully back, but he's full sprinting and stuff, and he's beating everyone in sprints too. So Demas is definitely going to be okay in terms of health. But Jarrett, I have concerns about in terms of long-term projection, and obviously he didn't show much last year when it came down to it with Demas with that leg injury. And so it's a wait and see. As a Maryland fan, I think that neither are going to really pop off as much as people think they are going to be. I think Leah is criminally underdrafted in CFF. In redraft leagues, Leah should be up there because Maryland's going to be playing from behind all season. Our defense is absolute trash. And so when it comes down to it, we're going to be throwing a lot. And I think the biggest beneficiary of that is Jacob Copeland, whose biggest strength is at the catch point, which is something that Leah sometimes struggles with the accuracy a little bit. It's not the depth of the throw. It's often the left-right of the throw. And so in terms of east-west, Jacob Copeland can erase some of those as a catch point guy, as opposed to Jared, who has to get open with speed, or Demas just as well as speed. He's just like taller than everyone. So Demas is going to be a deep threat. And I don't know that obviously our offensive line is a little bit better than usual this year. So hopefully that consistency is going to give Tally a little bit of time. But if he doesn't have time, it's going to be Jacob Copeland every time.
So it sounds like Barnabas, who is there, or at least is locked into that particular school, is fading both Jared and Demas and is touting the Florida transfer Jacob Copeland.
I think Jared and Demas will get theirs. They'll still get a decent amount of production, but I don't think it's the wide receiver like 2 or 3 that people are expecting. It might be like more of a flex play often.
Is Talia Tagovailoa an NFL draft pick?
He will be drafted, but he will not be a starter anytime soon. I've always said that he has a better throwing motion than Tua, just because he's right-handed, and a lot of left-handed quarterbacks don't know that they're left-handed, in that the way that the ball travels comes into receivers' hands differently, and left-handers don't always adjust for that, and Tua is one of those. Talia is basically a right-handed version of Tua in a lot of ways. Obviously, he didn't play at Alabama, so he doesn't have that, pedigree coming out. But they have a lot of the same skills, and we'll see if Talia maybe runs a little bit more this year to show that more of what he can do.
If you listen to the Campus Can podcast feed, you heard Barnabas on the Big Ten conference preview breakdown, and I think we were all just like, whoa, we got to get this dude on the microphone more often. So he's well-researched, he's well-read, he's a very interesting person outside of football. So you're going to be hearing more from him on our live shows during the season. We're going to try to figure out how we can get him behind the microphone for podcasts. So, Barnabas, we appreciate your support. Why don't you tell us, what has been your experience since you've joined the team? It's been a short amount of time, but you're one of our newer contributors. What's your experience been like since you've joined the team?
Yeah, it's been really great. The team, everyone's obviously really nice and really knowledgeable, and it's surprising to finally have people to talk to that can talk back to me instead of just looking at me with blank faces. And so I've had a really great time. Obviously, the team's very welcoming. Everything's structured so well that I really appreciate that in terms of my personality and stuff. So it's been a really great experience.
It's PK
JB Lee.
PKJB Lee on Twitter, so you can follow him on Twitter. But, even if you don't follow him, you're going to be seeing and hearing more from him on our feed. So, all right, Barnabas, we appreciate you joining us, man. All right, I'm going to go take a little bit of a break here, and we'll talk to you guys a little bit more. I'm going to play this video, and it sounds like the audio and video issues have been resolved. So it looks like we're going to have a good time here talking to everybody that we can. We're trying to get first-timers on. We're trying to get, veterans of the fantasy industry, friends. We're just trying to grow the brand, and you can help. You can help grow the brand. If you want to, subscribe at CAMPUS2CANTON. All the tools, all the rankings. We have over 1,000 players ranked. We not only have college players ranked, we have NFL Dynasty rankings. We have Debbie rankings. We have CFF rankings. $2.99 a month for the walk-on level at CAMPUS2CANTON. You get access to the Discord. Quite frankly, people in there are much knowledgeable than me or any of our guys. That community is excellent. That community is supportive. That community is knowledgeable. So if you want to be a member of CAMPUS2CANTON, go to the website right now. $2.99 a month, and for the scholarship tier, it's $4.99 a month. So not expensive in it all. The reason why we kept our prices reasonable is because we want people to have access to the content. We are in the growth stage. We are trying to grow the format, not only C2C, but we want more eyes on Debbie. We want more eyes on Campus to Canton. We want more people to have the resources. You heard Fernero talk earlier about being intimidated, but using Campus to Canton's resources. Well, we want it to be accessible to everyone. So go ahead and go to CAMPUS2CANTON.com. You can use the promo code FEVER for 10% off a yearly subscription. You go now, support us. If you don't want to do that, subscribe to the YouTube page. Leave a 5-star rate and review on Campus to Canton at Apple Podcasts. We're doing everything that we can to make this fun, to make it entertaining, to make it accessible. 99% of our content is free on YouTube, on Apple Podcasts, even on the website, the articles. You can learn a lot just by following us. And we're going to be here. We're going to be creating content. Quite frankly, we would do this even if it wasn't, we would be doing this even if nobody was watching, but we appreciate your support. I'm going to go find some more guests, find some more people to talk to. If you want to drop a like on this video, if you want us to talk about certain players, let me know and we'll talk about them. And I'm going to take like a 2-3 minute break and we'll be right back. All right, here we go.
All right, everybody. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. I'm going to just have to record this because I cannot get it to connect to the StreamYard. And I'll just flip it around here in a minute and show you guys. So we're going to walk through the hall of everything going on here. So you guys can still hear me. Here is everything going on in the hall. We got Roto World from NBC Sports Edge. You keep on going down. You got the fantasy headliners all the way over here. Keep moving around. You got Fantasy in Frames, Big Guy Fantasy Sports, whole other group of booths over there, which we'll get to in a minute. FTN is here. You've got the IDP guys and our good friend Brandon Day. You got all the good guys with Dynasty Nerds, Garrett Price and Jared Wackerly right there. Football guys is here. Keep on coming around. You got the great group over there at Dynasty Rewind. There's Kevin Coleman, Nate Christian, you got Bauer over there, Better Sports Owners Club. Obviously, there's us right here. So here's our booth. We got the guys set up right there. Felix talking right now, as you guys can probably see as I walk by. There's our t-shirts that we're giving away. Signed CJ Stroud ball. There's some of the other guys. There's Jared. We got there's Shane Hallam right there in the draft countdown. What's up, Scott? How you doing? You got everything going on over here too. Commish, go back around. All the way over here, all these guys as well. And then you might think we're almost done. We are not. Dynasty Trade Calculator. You got the fantasy guys over here. Even more going on. So we flip around. You got Chalk over here, the IDP Army, and then we're right back over here at where that exit was at that I showed you guys earlier. And all this stuff right here. So that right there is everything going on, guys. And again, next year, you guys have got to make it up here. It's going to be a ton of fun. All right, everybody. Hopefully you guys... All right, what's up, guys? Felix has gone to... I don't even know where he went. To probably go spread more C2C propaganda to people. He needed to take a break, so you guys are stuck with me for a little bit. I do see you guys talking in the chat about Texas plus 15, so... It's not looking good for my boy Quinn Ewers. It looks like Hudson Card's going to be the starter based on the reports I saw yesterday. I've not been caught up with any of the news the past couple days. It's been a whirlwind of a time since we landed here and have been doing this stuff. But definitely saw the Nayor had a non-contact injury. That's obviously not good for the Texas offense. And just found out that British Brooks also is out for the season. So that's not good. I don't know if Felix showed you guys here. So we've got our full guides here. And I'm going to spoil a little bit here for you guys. I mean, these things are fucking full. Austin's talked about it before. We wrote like 3 Harry Potter books for these things. The CFF guide, the Devi guide, and we've got the freshman supplemental guide. They're going to be on Amazon soon. We're working right now to get that done. You guys will be able to purchase those for, I believe it's just an extra $10. So we typically sell those for $20, an extra $10. You will get them printed in full color, and you can get a physical copy of all those guides, and we will be able to have those available on actual release day starting next year. Was something we were trying to work on to get done. We weren't sure if it was going to be possible. We were able to get a couple just copies out here today to show people what they look like, but we've got the Devi freshman supplemental and the CFF guide. We're excited about that. I mean, I know I want a physical copy. It's going to be something we're super excited to do. Outside of that, again, man, it's been a lot of fun. I really hope a lot of you guys who are in the chat and have been watching for the past almost 2 hours can make it out to this thing live next year. I mean, it's everybody. Anything you guys listen to, they're here. Everybody's just talking and having a good time. I know Felix has sat down with McDowell, J-Wack, who we absolutely love. Those guys are amazing. You got the Rookie Fever guys over here earlier talking about their C2C movement. We got Dynasty Rewinds actually right in front of the booth talking with the CEO, Austin Nace. So it's been a lot of fun. Can you win that? I don't know. There's only 3 people who have entered, so maybe. Talking about the CJ Stroud signed football. People, again, if you guys were here live, you could enter for a chance to win a CJ Stroud signed football. We also, spoiler alert, because nobody else is paying attention but Moxley, and I don't think he'll rat me out. We actually have a signed Bryce Young football as well, which we will be giving away to our members of the site here eventually. Colin just won it in Vegas. He was in Vegas, no gondola rides, inside joke. But he won a signed Bryce Young ball as well that we'll be giving away to someone in our Discord here within the next couple days. We've got to make it through this weekend as it has been a long weekend. Yeah, Desi, physical copies. It's going to be all. I cannot wait. I like the digital one. Obviously, it's just so easy to pull it up on your phone, right? Especially when you're doing drafts. You can go through and look at all that stuff. But just to have a physical copy, like I'm going to be buying them every single year and doing those physical copies and bringing them to just to have them in the background of my studio and everything, just because I'm so proud of the work that all those guys have done. Obviously I was able to contribute to the Devy and the freshman guide. I had nothing to do with the CFF guide, and that thing is just massive. It's definitely the deepest of the three, but it's so much fun. I can't wait to have the physical copies of those ready to go, because those things they're absolutely sexy. So what? Oh, hey, the CEO of the company is stopping by, guys. So for those of you in the NIL chat that were doing that, the auction league, Austin and Mox just recorded a 30-minute episode?
30-ish minutes, yeah.
So they just did a 30-ish minute episode. Hopefully it'll be available tomorrow. Like I said, it's been a little bit of a whirlwind of a weekend since we got here. A lot of work. So you got anything to say to the people? I've been spoiling a lot of shit, so hopefully you guys will go back and watch.
Oh no, you're good. So just for anybody in that NIL league, it's like a 30-hour just burn sesh. We're like, this was terrible value. You guys all suck. We talked some strategy. It was a lot of fun. If you guys have never done a C2C auction before, or any sort of auction, it's quickly become my favorite startup. I mean, was it your first one you've ever done?
It was the first one, and it was difficult because I feel like, I don't know what you guys, if you said anything about my team.
Yeah, we shit on it.
Okay, good. I would too. So I think my fear was, and I don't know what your guys' strategy was, is as much as I give Alfred crap for not listening to any of our content, I do a really bad job of reading any of our content on the website because I'm so busy doing so much other stuff. So I don't know what yours and Moxley's strategy was. I know he did an article, and you said last night when we were talking that your guys' strategy was similar. I feel like I didn't spend enough early on guys that I wanted, and so then I was forced to pay up for guys I did not want because I was kind of running out of roster room. And I think I let the roster space of 50 guys intimidate me a little bit more than I should have. And I was like, well, I need to make sure I save money. And then I got to a point where I had like $200 left, and I had 6 roster spots to fill, and I was like, okay, well, this was kind of like a waste of time doing that. So like Mecca, that was one of those things where, not necessarily an excuse, but like with the way my job works sometimes, kind of like Alfred, there's times I can't get on there and looks like I couldn't have bid him up. When I found out you want him for what you did, it's like, this fucking sucks. I could have gone on there and done that. So like, it's one of those things.
Well, I appreciate that you're at least a safe driver, because I know a lot of the time you're driving during the day. So I do appreciate that you're not.
Yeah, he knows I'm bad at this, so he saw me sweating. I'm over here like, I was doing the Alfred beat bop, boop, bop, bop, just trying to keep people entertained for a minute.
He started singing the national anthem. It was weird. Yeah, he's feeling. He's feeling. We got the C2C crew here standing here mocking us. So Nate, you want to hop on here for a second? Yeah, Nate, come here. All right, we got a new guest here, and I'm tapping in for Felix for a minute. I guess he's got to pee. I thought he had a bottle under the desk, but he has informed us that he does not, in fact, have that. So, hey, Nate Christian, Dynasty Rewind, man. Talk a little about Dynasty Rewind and how the weekend's going for you guys so far.
Yeah, so we got our most of our team out here right now, and we're just out. We have a nice booth. We're doing some live podcasts. We've had Kevin Coleman on. I'm going to have Alfred on later. We're talking some Debbie prospects.
I'm so sorry you have Alfred on.
I really like Alfred. I'm probably in the minority, but I really like Alfred. Yeah, somebody has to. But we got our podcast. We got a YouTube channel we're doing pretty well with right now. Trying to get to 3,000 subscribers today. We're about 60 away.
So there we go, guys. If you're not already following Dynasty Rewind, sub to them on YouTube. Now get them to 3,000 by the time we get out of here.
Yeah, we had Alfred on a couple weeks ago, and we were all about getting you guys to 1,000, and we got there. I'm so happy for you guys. So we're trying to get to 3,000, see if we can do that this weekend.
Let's do it. You play in some C2C leagues, right?
I do.
Yeah. Are you a program guy or?
I'm not in the
No, okay, but in some other ones.
I was thinking about it, but you guys have a level of commitment that unfortunately I just don't think I can do. I'm already in 2 C2Cs. I need to join a third one, but it's a little bit too late for a startup, so maybe next year.
What do you like about C2C leagues? Like what drew you? I mean, you did one, and then obviously you liked it enough for a second one. So I mean, what was drawing you in there?
Yeah, so it was in a C2C before I was even in a Devi league.
Same. That's yeah.
Like 2 years ago, I was part of the Nerds, and they were doing like a rookie film session, and Jay Wack and Garrett were talking, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna start up a Dynasty Nerds C2C. Nate, you got to get in." I was like, "I don't even play Devi, but sure, let's do it." And I was hooked immediately, And then I started playing Devi leagues, and I was like, "This isn't as fun as C2C because if I'm gonna draft these players, I want them to score points for me." That added aspect really makes it worth my while. So I'm not joining any more Devi leagues. It's all C2C from here on out.
I love it. How many booths here today are run by people that used to be at Dynasty Nerds? There's a lot of us. They definitely have spawned a lot of creations over there. So shout out to Dynasty Nerds. If you guys aren't following them either, I'm sure everybody is. Yeah. Oh yeah. I commissioned that league. Loosely commissioned that league. Yes. Any final words here before we hand the mic back over to Felix, who is glaring at us?
I really enjoy you guys. I had the CFF guide. I got my subscription. I love everything you guys do. Big fan of this place. And I love collaborating.
We appreciate you guys too. Let's we'll have to get together, do some projects together here the next year, man. Awesome. Nate Christian again, Dynasty Rewind. What are you on Twitter?
At Nate NFL.
At Nate NFL. That tag was available? How long have you had a Twitter account?
Not very long. I've had that. I was originally, when I got on Twitter like 2.5 years ago, it was NFL Dynasty Draft or something like that, something dumb. The guys were making fun of me for not having my name in it, so I messed around. Got Nate NFL. Apparently somebody had it like years ago and changed, and it was just sitting there.
They just died or something? Or yeah. They changed it. Okay.
I became like a beat reporter, and they had to change it, I guess.
Gotcha. Well, their loss, your gain. So thanks again, man, for stopping by.
All right.
Good to see you.
Thanks, man.
Felix Sharp is glaring at me here now. He actually just did the throat cut symbol. He really wants this mic back, I think. I thought you had like a bottle under the table and you were just peeing here. You weren't going to get up for the whole 6 hours, and then you left.
Have you ever seen a microphone that I didn't like?
No.
I mean, I don't get to talk on Debbie Debate anymore. It's just you and
the guy with the 15-minute dialogue last week doesn't get to talk on Debbie Debate.
Listen, I've been holding that stuff in for a long time. All I do is pass the ball to you and Matthew and Chris. So I needed to do a little bit of talking. What's your experience been like so far? It's been fun.
Yeah, I mean, I just love talking to people, and I'm going to steal this from you. I came in with the goal of getting 10 T-shirts out of today. I love just repping all the other fantasy sites and all that kind of stuff. So that was my goal for today.
Don't you feel like we've grown from last year to we were so terrible with our presentation last year?
Man, if you can see the booth setup here, I think Matt did that little virtual tour. We had 5 T-shirts that we handed out. We had no banner behind us. We have this really nice table wrap this year. All these signs. We're giving away shit. Last year we had none of that. It was we're slow on the uptake, I think, but once we get stuff figured out, we're set for a little bit. So I think we're figuring it out. We got the polos. I mean, look at us.
The best kept secret is we have no idea what we're doing.
No, none at all. People have no idea how little we know what we're doing.
We're figuring it out. We are building a plane in the sky.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. But what do you say? It's like the duck with they're floating on the surface and then below the surface.
It's all just chaos underneath the surface. We should talk about players. I'm trying to think of some players that you're really high on that we had some.
I wanted to ask you. You said you never get to talk anymore. Who's it? So you're not allowed to say Hunter Deckers right now. Another quarterback that you like. Any other sleeper guys? And not Anthony Richardson. He's not a sleeper anymore.
Let me filibuster myself while I look at my rankings. Speaking of quarterbacks, Quinn Ewers guy went down. Isaiah Nayor went down with an injury today in practice. So could that, open the door for Troy O'Meara?
Do you want me to be nice or
be real?
Be real? Probably not. I mean, I've heard he's running with the threes. I think the problem with giving a guy like that a starting gig is that you're pretty sure he's probably going to get hurt again. It's a lot of trust to build in somebody. And for what it's worth, they did say that Nayor walked off the field on his own power. So not as bad in injuries we had here at the Expo Fantasy Flag Football Tournament yesterday.
So I mean, I can talk about a lot of quarterbacks. I have been mocked and ridiculed, teased, made fun of for taking Devin Brown over Quinn Ewers. But I just like Brown. Oh, that's bad process. You should have traded down. I've seen Devin Brown go 102 in drafts. So, no, it wasn't me. It's been other people. So, listen, I don't know why I'm being mocked and ridiculed for taking Ohio State's backup quarterback as opposed to Texas's backup quarterback.
Well, Devin Brown scared Quinn Ewers off, right? We all just know that. That's factual. So,
And Quinn Ewers is the backup at Texas. Just say it.
So you want one backup or the other? What are we choosing here?
I mean, I picked the backup with the higher upside, in my opinion. Here's another player that I want to talk about is Drake May. Now, Drake May is at North Carolina, a Phil Longo quarterback. He's in a battle with Jacoby Criswell, both very talented players. But Drake May has some out of structure pocket. He's not a scrambler or a runner per se, but he's got some smoothness to his game. And they have a good wide receiver core there at UNC. I like Drake May.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it because of how big and kind of gangly he is, but he is a pretty decent athlete. I mean, his family's basketball royalty. They've got some functional athleticism going on in that family. So I think he's got a little bit of that. We talked about him a little bit on Debbie Debate this week, I think, wasn't it? He's a guy that I've done a 180 on this offseason, and I think a lot of it was, as you mentioned, it's a very talented quarterback room. I mean, you said Criswell's really talented. True freshman Connor Harrell's really talented. May's really talented. Outside of Ohio State and Bama, is that the most talented quarterback room in the country?
Out of the power, the blue blood schools, I mean, it's got to be up there because we think all of those guys could be starters. So do you see May? I mean, I think early on it's going to be a 2 quarterback system because I think Mac Brown is going to get both of these guys some time, and they probably both deserve it.
Yeah, especially early in the year, it doesn't hurt, when you're beating up on Eastern Southern Connecticut University that, get both of these guys half. I think regardless of who ends up taking the job, and I think we all agree at this point it's probably going to be May, they'll both be starting quarterbacks somewhere next year. Criswell will go somewhere else. You can't keep a guy on the bench for 2 years that's that talented. It's just it doesn't happen.
Let's talk about another quarterback room. Bryce Young is going to probably go to the 2023 draft class. Behind him, there's Jalen Milroe, who I think we all like, very much a dual threat. Then there's Ty Simpson, who is also a dual threat and an electric player in and of his own right. And then they bring in Eli? Is it Holstein, who's a very athletic kid?
And Lonergan. Yeah, 2 top 12 quarterbacks in next year's class. Yep.
So we're going to go into the spring next year with, they're going to lose Will Anderson. They're going to lose Jermaine Burton. They're going to lose Jahmyr Gibbs. There's going to be a lot of turnover at that Alabama team, and, we're going to pay attention to the quarterback position. How would you handicap that position battle?
I think that's one of the questions we've gotten most often in our Discord over the past couple weeks. People are kind of finishing up drafts. They're like, who do I stash? Do I stash Simpson? Do I stash Milroe? I don't really feel comfortable giving somebody an actual answer on that. You know what I mean? I think the best you can say is they both, you tell somebody the wrong thing and then they get pissed at you. Yeah. I can't handle people getting mad at me. So I'm very soft in that way. One other possibility, actually, because I think I want to actually throw this back to you. Is it possible that next year's quarterback isn't on the roster yet with how heavily they've dipped into the portal? If a guy, a very experienced guy, I'm trying to think of a name maybe that hops in the portal, could you see them going that route? I mean, I definitely think it's possible. Cam Ward blows up this year at Washington State, but once another, maybe doesn't get a day 1 grade. Bama bound? I mean, a guy like that, I could see that.
I think that they could bring in somebody to compete. But Jalen Milroe has been there so long. At that point, he will have been there so long that they're probably not going to have someone with as much experience with Bill O'Brien. And, Milroe's probably going to be the best option. So I'm going to answer the question. If I had to handicap it, I would give the slight edge to Milroe because he's obviously going to be the backup this year. He's probably going to go into the spring as the presumed starter. And so, I would give him the edge. But Ty Simpson, a very athletic player, just can make all kind of plays in the backfield, elude tacklers. But can they bring in some transfers? Yes. I just don't think it's going to be at the quarterback position. I think it's going to be at other positions.
The one thing I think we can say for sure on that quarterback battle is that they're going to start the guy that makes the fewest mistakes. Like Nick Saban has zero tolerance for bad decision making and just, a guy like that. So the guy that wins that battle next year will be the guy that makes the fewest mistakes. Like, which sounds like, that the idiot on TV that you mute pregame because you don't want to hear the vanilla take. But I think that's the truth. And I'm going to pass this over because I think we've got a special guest coming in here. Oh, he blew me a kiss. Okay, I got to go here.
We are going to get a special guest just to tie the bow on that particular conversation. I think that there are reasons why Milroe would be the one who would make the fewest mistakes because he will have been. That'll be his third year in the system next year, and he has familiarity with the offense, and he's a veteran. So, and he's a dual threat himself, not as electric as Ty Simpson, but very much a dual threat himself. And we saw a little bit of that in the spring game. So I think that Jalen Milroe goes into the spring as a presumed starter, and he's probably the one, and he's a better value. You got to take Ty Simpson really, really high, and Jalen Milroe is going a few rounds after him. Kane Fassell, at Debbie Kane, at Debbie Kane on Twitter, co-host of the Debbie Marketplace. Kane, you've been a friend of ours for, I think, some of other guys here for longer than I, but we've had a good relationship since we met at this thing last year. So we've had some fun. We've been asking everybody about players that they are gravitating towards in their Devi or C2C league. So I'll give you some time to think while I promote yourself and Shane Hallam and Kane Fassell are friends at Campus Canton. But there's also Michael Nelly Nelson, who you see I excluded out of that group as being one of our friends. So. So yeah, but you guys, I listen. I mean, it's pretty much anytime you guys release an episode, I'm listening to it as soon as it's released that morning as part of my morning commute. So I think I've given you enough time. Some players that you are gravitating towards in either your Devi leagues or your C2C leagues.
Yeah, so I'll start with C2C leagues just for you, Felix. I don't think you'll find a single person higher on Brad Roberts out of Air Force than me. Right? And it sounds terrible, but like if you're just doing a startup C2C draft, you're drafting him like late round 30, right? And realistically, like Brad Roberts could be just a top 20 running back in CFF, right? And the one thing that we've noticed, especially as I've played CFF more, right? Like if you don't get at least one or two top tier running backs, like you at least need one of the top five, right? Whether it's a Rasheen Ali, whether it's, Lou Nichols or Treyvion Henderson or anything like that, right? Like obviously we need one of those top guys, but you need a second guy that's going to score a ton of points. And not just that, but you need guys, because we're now seeing 2 bye weeks on some teams. If they're playing week 0, then we get that other bye week that we have to worry about, right? Then we have to try to find people that we can plug and play and are still going to score that 16 to at least, 20, 25 points that we need. Because realistically, if you have a bunch of people averaging 13 points a week in your CFF league, you lost, right? Your quarterback can average 20, everyone else averages 13, you've lost badly, and you're one of the worst teams. That sounds terrible coming from like an NFL mindset, right? Everyone scored 13 points and your QB scored 20. Like you got a good chance to win, right? CFF completely different because there's just so many guys, right? So Brad Roberts is one of those guys out of Air Force that you really have to get just because he's so cheap, and like there's a chance that like he's going to be a top 20 running back, and he's going to have some weeks because they run the ball so much that he's going to have 3 touchdowns, and he's the reason why you won that game. Right? So a late flex play, easy. And obviously Devin Achane's really good at football.
I like that. Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that you can take with the last pick, and you can do a lot worse than Brad Roberts from the CFF perspective. I think one of the things I love about Campus to Canton is the fact that you get really, really high scores. Like we had Malik Cunningham's game last year against Duke where he scored 80 points. We had Treyvion Rudolph's game there at Northern Illinois where he had 305 yards receiving, 60 points from one position. So yeah, you're right. If you're getting 13 points from your flex and your running back wide receiver positions, you're probably losing. All right, so you gave me a CFF, a C2C play. Give me some Devi plays.
So I think one guy that I'm really high on, and this is kind of CFF-ish, but not as much, right? Just because I don't think the offense is going to pass as much as we want them to, and that's Jaden Bray, right? Like, I love Jaden Bray. I think he's a really good player, and we know, right, that the number one receiver, the big receiver at Oklahoma State is going to be successful. We know that, and it's really easy to know that, right? But the problem that we run into is like the same thing we were just talking about. If Jaden Bray is getting you 16 points, like, cool, but he's not going to be the reason why you win a week in CFF. But in Devy, this is a guy that you're drafting in round 5, and that's in your supplemental, right? So you're year 2, year 3, year 4 in your Devy league, and then you get to take Jaden Bray in round 5 because he's so cheap, right? And this is a guy that, right, he was just a freshman last year, so he's consistently getting better, and we're going to see him in an offense that's going to throw the ball quite a bit, maybe not as much as some people think, because they do rely on the run a little bit more than we want to believe that they do. I mean, they finally have a better running back again, getting better back to those Chuba Hubbard days. So they're going to be constantly getting better at OK State. So I think he's just someone that it's nice to just draft because you're going to see a value gain, right? And so all I care about is value at the Devy marketplace. That's really all that matters. We're the only value-based podcast that you're really going to find in the Devy space. So the reason why we do that is because if you draft him and let's say he gets drafted round 2 of the NFL and you don't like him, just sell him. Someone's going to want him because he all of a sudden is on a football team, right? And the nice part about Devy players is that they're just additional shares to sell, right? Like, they're not going to score any points for you, but if you can get, especially in these deep leagues that we've seen now, these deep Devy leagues, 10 rounds, you're like, well, who are we drafting at round 10? Anyone on a major team, a major Power 5 team, that's going to increase in value, right? That's what we're going for. It doesn't matter who they are, right? I hate Will Levis, but I'm going to draft Will Levis just because he's going to go up in value, right? I don't think he's a first-round quarterback in the NFL draft, but like, if other people do, they will pay that price. And so the value gain of Jaden Bray is there, and you might as well take it, because even if it's a couple rounds, you just gained your money back rather than getting someone. Right. This is the problem with Devy, right? Is because we love C2C leagues, but people are drafting Devy like they're a C2C league. So they're staking their claim on like these freshman running backs. Like, I like Michael Allen. I do. But like, is he the best Devy guy that you could draft? No. Like, if he hits at NC State, like, does that mean that he's going to be like a day 2 running back? Probably not. So that's what we're running into. So it's like, just focus on the Devy aspect, the Power 5 guys that are actually doing really, really well, instead of trying to project out. Like Nicholas Singleton, different story, right? Because he at least has a great chance to start one of the top running back recruits. Like, that makes sense. But if you're going down that list and all of a sudden you're drafting RB 10 through 20 in your Devy drafts, based off of like the 24/7 composites, you're missing out on so many players that you should have drafted by now.
I think we got to give Mike Gundy credit for he's underrated as far as developing NFL talent. In the position that Jaden Bray is going to be playing, Mike Gundy has put at least 2 players in the NFL at that position: James Washington, Tylan Wallace. Now, not high-end NFL fantasy players, but still, I mean, Jaden Bray is probably a better athlete than Tylan Wallace and has the same go up and get it, jump ball play style. So I'm with you on Jaden Bray. I think we all are at Campus Skin. Jaden Bray potentially breaking out, but I also think that he's going to have some fantasy value. I really do. I think he's going to be the red zone guy for them. I couldn't have you on without asking. You talk about value. You've been talking to me about a wide receiver at Minnesota who might be of value that I've not heard anybody talk about this particular name, who could be playing in the slot this year. And that slot position for Minnesota has been very, very productive. So who is that player, and what are we expecting from?
So I think you're going to see 2 main players in the slot, right? There's 3 main wide receivers. And when I know people like Daniel Jackson, I like him too, but he's been in a boot all through fall camp. So if we're expecting him to play at least the first few weeks of the season, probably not going to happen. That's not how PJ Fleck operates, right? He wants the person that's in camp that's doing it. So like, I think we're going to see a mixture of Chris Hotman-Bell in the slot as well as in the Y. I think at X, you're going to have Dylan Wright, the guy from Texas Tech, that really has that go up and get it. What is he, 6'6"? Like 6'6", but still a twig at like 210. 6'6" and that tall is wild to me. I just don't get it. Maybe that's my 5'10", 235 frame. Tight 235, I should say. But, the other guy is Mike Brown-Stevens. you might know him the 2019 season. He's the guy that caught the final touchdown. I want to say it was in overtime against Fresno State. When he won Fresno State, that was the second game of the year. So he's really, really, like, he's not going to be like your top tier guy, right? But if you need someone that's going to plug and play, and if you can take a shot on him, round 40, round 45 in these deep CFF drafts or these deep C2C drafts, right? Like, he's a guy that's not going to be bad. At least watch him on the waiver wire if you kind of have one of those shallow, like 30-round rosters, right? But Mike Brown-Stevens is going to be a guy that he's going to be going in and out of the slot with Chris Ottman-Bell. And if you get the slot role with Kirk Shiraka now back, like, look at what Tyler Johnson, Rashad Bateman did. They switched in and out of the slot, and who's ever in the slot got the work, right? You get the double move. You get the big plays over the middle, right? You're going to see the exact same offense we saw in 2019, RPOs, quick hits, right? And then when we feel comfortable with the quick hits, then you get the double moves that are going to be deep over the middle, because a lot of people in the Big Ten, especially the worst teams in the Big Ten West, are playing a cover two. Best way to attack a cover two, as everyone knows, is deep over the middle, right? That's how you attack a cover two. So you're going to see a lot of deep routes, more than we had before, especially with Mike Sanford. You saw a lot more choice routes. So we're going to see just a much better offense overall. And I think Mike Brown-Stevens is a guy that you should at least look at.
That's some deep pull right there. Mike Brown-Stevens, a name that you could probably get with the final pick in your Campus to Canton leagues. And Kirk Shiraka, he was the offensive coordinator there with Tyler Johnson, with Rashad Bateman. You saw them run a lot of double moves from the slot with play action, and that's how those guys would get open deep. So that's a name that you should pay attention to. One more name that I want you to talk about is PJ Fleck has used the bell cow. You got Trayson Potts, you got Muhammad Ibrahim, but they have a freshman running back there that we should at least consider rostering.
Yeah, so this guy, Zach Evans, like, he would have been a 4-star, and this is the same story we've heard with 4-star if he didn't get hurt, right? He's ended up as a 3-star guy just because he ended up getting hurt. He's a little banged up his senior year. He's a little banged up his junior year. Just because of that, kind of went down to a 3-star. Also, because he signed at Minnesota, he's not going to get that 4-star bump. That's always just the way it is. If you don't sign with that major school, if you sign with Alabama, you'll go up a star, right? Like, we know that. But we don't see that at Minnesota yet. We're coming. We will be a powerhouse. We're coming. But Zach Evans, like, just look at the roster, right? Muhammad Ibrahim gone after this year. You have Bryce Williams, who's in his 4th or 5th year. He's coming back from an ACL. He's going to be playing maybe that 3rd, 4th running back, splitting that up with Zach Evans. And now, as we're moving into this season, we've heard a lot of talk about Muhammad Ibrahim only averaging 25 to 30 carries a game, right? And that sounds like a lot, but it's not in, a PJ Fleck offense. Look at what Muhammad Ibrahim was doing in 2020. He was averaging 40-some carries a game, right? And they're like, let's move him down to 25 to 30. He's coming off of the Achilles injury. Like, he's still going to be successful in his own right. But then we have Trayson Potts, who's going to be taking over that 150, 200 carry range, especially a lot of targets. So that's going to be a lot more helpful for the Gophers. But when they leave, right, so the main 2 running backs next year will be Trayson Potts, that we like, and then it's going to be Zach Evans. So Zach Evans already has a shot to be that guy, and he kind of, to me, is kind of more that Muhammad Ibrahim, like, can easily handle 215, 250 carries a season. And when the nice part, right, when we're talking about C2C is, like, we don't mind the guys that are going to stay there for 5 years, right? If you're going to tell me, let's say 2025, Zach Evans is back for another year after being successful. He's going to get 250, 300 carries in that PJ Fleck offense. In just a pure CFF draft, he's going to be going top 2 rounds, right? If you can tell me that he's going to score 12 to 15 touchdowns, get 300 carries in an offense that is always going to have a solid offensive line and run the ball constantly with an inside zone, yeah, I'm going to take Zach Evans. So why wouldn't you just take him a couple years early, let him just sit on your bench? In your supplementals, I think in a draft we're in together, I think I took Zach Evans around 14 in the supplemental. So it's something super, super late. You're having to make that choice between Zach Evans, that's going to be just a CFF producer, or trying to pick which of 7 running backs going to Texas A&M might break out, right? I guess I'd rather just take the CFF producer than trying to cross my fingers and hope that I get whoever's next at one of the top Power 5 schools, right?
You can find Kane at Devi_Kane on Twitter. You can listen to the Devi Marketplace and the Devi Marketplace Discord, totally free. I think you guys are close to like 700 people in the Discord, just about to 600. So make sure you go ahead and join the Discord. I'm in the Discord. A few of us are in the Discord. So support them. Support what Kane and Shane are doing. Listen to the Devi Marketplace. And he has a few of us on every time to time with that scoundrel Michael Nelson. That scoundrel who wouldn't show his face today at the Expo. Next year, Nelson. All right, appreciate you, Kane. All right, thanks. You can support us. Like this video. If you like the content that we're putting out there, like this video, go ahead and subscribe to the website. Walk on just $2.99 a month. We are trying to make the content accessible to everybody because we want the format to grow. We love this format. You get to watch football all week in the college games and have action. If you're a sports bettor, you should be playing in Campus to Canton leagues. If you have ever uploaded a NFL draft class from NCAA to Madden, you should be playing in Campus to Canton leagues. So support what it is that we're doing. Like this video. Give us a rate and review on Apple Podcasts. Subscribe to the YouTube page. Subscribe to the YouTube page so we can see this format grow. I don't know if this is, we're going to be here. We're going to keep producing content. We're going to keep banging on that door so that Sleeper, MFL, ESPN, that they eventually say, hey, we like what those guys are doing. We're going to add college fantasy to our platforms. That's really what we're doing here. That's what we're trying to do here is introduce ourselves to some of these movers and shakers and let them know that, hey, we've got a following. We've got people who want this content, who want college fantasy on your platforms. So we're doing our part. Do your part. Like this video. Give us a rate and review. Subscribe to the website. Help us out. Alfred, you want to come in? Alfred, you got some stuff to say. Well, Alfred JF on Twitter, host of The Official. How's your time here been at the Expo, man?
Yeah, it's been really great. It's about twice. I mean, I want to say it's like twice as big as last year. We have some other big brands who have come. And so really fun times, couple good parties, a lot of good networking.
Now, Alfred, you're into recruiting, and so you're already looking to tell us how valuable the 2023 freshman classes are, even 2024 and beyond. But for the 2022 class, can you give me a 3-star prospect that we should be considering? I'm going to give you a second to think about it. I'm going to tout your work from last year. You were very high on the Kansas running back who was a 3-star, Devin Neal. Devin Neal, you're very high on Devin Neal. And so is there a 3-star in this particular class that you're like, hey, if you're watching this, get this guy on your roster?
Yeah, we'll stick with running backs. Damian Martinez, who that name in some circles is not even a sleeper anymore, but he's a 3-star out of the state of Texas, always a good place to look, and is going to Oregon State already in spring camp. They're saying he's going to be the starter. 220-pound guy. He hits 21 miles an hour on the ground, so very exciting prospect and should have been a 4-star, honestly.
Well, speaking of sleepers that we've hit on, Andrew Paul was a 3-star, 225-pound back going to Georgia. Late in the recruiting process, gets offers from Clemson, Notre Dame, I mean, you name it, Michigan, a who's who, a very, very late recruiting rise. 24/7 would not give him a 4th star, would not move him up the rankings, but we're hearing rumors that he's ahead of the tank Branson Robinson in camp.
Yeah, that is the word. We've got a UGA correspondent on our staff who's in Athens and knows a lot of what's going on. And yep, we heard whispers of it, and it's only getting louder that like legitimately Andrew Paul is outplaying Branson Robinson. Our classic David and Goliath, 3-star versus a 5-star. But we liked Andrew Paul. I think you wrote an entire story about Andrew Paul back in January. I mean, we were on him pretty early, but now he's showing it up in camp.
What's something you've learned about the team or one of your teammates since you've been here? And I'll give you some time to think about it. I would say, let me think. Austin is much slower than I expected. Much slower, like molasses. And we know he's a little bit crazy thinking that he could beat me in a race. So we know those two things. Much slower and not as smart as we thought he was, given that he thought he could beat me.
I agree. I agree. I saw the race. It was not close. And you just got to know yourself. I would never even thought about racing anyone in our group. I thought, I mean, you got to give him props for trying, but yeah, he wasn't close. I learned that Jarek Backus, actually a hell of an athlete. He was I think a pole vaulter in college. He ran the 200 and the mile for his track team in high school, was college track and field athlete. And he's our behind the scenes, technical guy, but was a great athlete on his own right.
Did you know that Austin was a felon? According to Colin Decker, jumped from a building in college, and and the police, I guess, were looking for them, and they followed their footprints in the snow back to wherever they were.
No,
Austin Nace, felon.
I did not know that. He doesn't come across that way. He's an advocate of the law, actually, by profession, so that's a little surprising.
We're going to need to figure out if he disclosed all information on his bar stuff. All right, any other players that you want to highlight, Alfred?
I gotta publicize my boy Cade Klubnik, who's now up to 200 pounds, erasing any concerns that he was too small. I still think he is going to start games for Clemson this year. But
do we care? The quarterback who starts for Clemson?
I can't. Yes, 1 year, one bad year. We have a long history of great quarterbacks. Deshaun Watson into Trevor Lawrence. I'm not writing off Clemson because of one bad year under DJU. I think they also brought in two of my favorite receivers in the recruiting class, and Adam Randall, who tore his ACL, already looking like he might be back, and he is a very exciting talent.
What are they doing at Clemson with these injuries? You got Adam Randall, who tore his ACL 2 weeks ago, and he's now starting. You had Tyson Pumachan last year tear his Achilles, and a month later he was like, yeah, he's still our backup quarterback. What voodoo witchcraft are they doing down there at Clemson?
That's a great question. I don't know if they're funneling that NIL money into medical science discovery or what, but yeah, they're doing something special at Clemson. If you are an injury-prone player, you should go play for Clemson.
It's like 2 words, stem cell.
Yeah, gotta be.
That's speculation, reckless speculation. All right. Any other players you want to talk about, or are we ready for a break?
Do you want to drive? I think I'm ready for a break. I've been talking. I was just on another podcast with the Dynasty Rewind guys.
All right, we'll find somebody else to get the microphone. I got to get something to eat. I am hungry. Maybe Matthew will come over here, but give this video a like. Give us a 5-star rate and review on Apple Podcast. Subscribe on YouTube. You're going to want to be with us in the season. We're going to have a morning show. We're going to be in the Discord at halftime, probably around 3 or 4, talking about the first set of games. And then we're going to have the night show, College Fantasy Tonight, which I cannot wait for. We're going to be up late. We're probably going to go live at like 11:30 Eastern when that last primetime game ends. So you're going to want to be with us. If you're a college football fan, if you are a C2C fan, you definitely want to be with us. But we're trying to bridge the gap between NFL fans, college fans, NFL fantasy fans. And so we are producing all of this content. Support what it is that we're doing. It's really not that hard. Subscribe on YouTube. Give us a rate and review. Turn your notifications on. We're the little engine that could. I'll say this about a lot of these content creators. They've got investors. They've been around a long time. They've got NBC behind them. We don't. We just got C2C behind us. We got Matt Bruning and Austin Nace and Colin Decker behind us. So support, if you like our content, if you like what it is that we're doing, support us. It's not that hard. Support us. All right. We'll be right back here. All right.
All right, guys, we are back live again. Felix is again out spreading more C2C propaganda. It's hot, not gonna lie. I am very hot. So is my wife. Anyway, so we are now just. I mean, it's still pretty crowded here. We got a lot of people. We were actually just talking with Dynasty HQ. Those guys, they have a promo code for us as well. So if you guys ever want to go. If you're thinking about signing up through Campus to Canton for any one of our memberships, definitely go check out their show. You get a nice little code to get you some money off as you go live with us. She's not talking. She's just sitting with me. So, yeah, she's here to correct me, make sure I don't say anything bad. Felix put her on watch Matt. Well, I already gave away a bunch of company secrets, and I'm in trouble now. So, we got to we're doing guides, all those stuff. Nothing real. Bryce Young ball, Mike took it. He is now walking around and spreading the news that you can win a CJ Stroud ball. He was too much energy. I was like, just get out of here, kid. Go do it. Go be the man. Yeah. Go run a couple laps. Actually, he disappeared like an hour ago. I have no idea where he went. Yeah, we are live. We got people watching. They just want to see the minutia. Knoxley says, "What's up, everybody?" He's drinking a coffee. If you guys weren't here earlier, him and Austin just did like a 30-minute podcast for you guys who are in the NIL league with us. That'll be dropping tomorrow. Should be a lot of fun. Very excited to hear what they say about my crappy team. So, and I know some of you guys build out some really good teams as well. But right now, I mean, again, it's just it's loaded. Maybe we can get John Lobb to come back over here in a minute. He's got way too much energy for me, so maybe he'll kind of keep this. He'll be able to keep this going. But if you guys have any questions in the chat, pop them in there, and I'll answer them. Outside of that, I mean, I'm just ready for college football season to be here. Obviously, we are just 2 weeks away from week 0, which is when we'll be dropping all of our content, obviously. For those of you who don't know, we will have a daily morning show every weekday, Monday through Friday. We'll split it up between different people. We'll have, I'll be doing Mondays. I think Austin and Colin will be in Tuesdays. Moxley may be doing Wednesday, Thursdays, and I'll be back again on Fridays. And we'll be covering everything college football. Have a good one. Thank you. We'll be covering everything college football from breaking news. We'll talk about early lines, different player props that you guys should be diving into. Obviously, we'll still have all of our other shows, Chasing the Natty, Campus Live, Debbie Debate. We have the new Bet on C2C pod with Ethan, Brandon, and Eric. They'll be dropping all kinds of betting stuff for you guys as well. Friday night, we'll be doing a lot of high school football content. So David, Matt, and myself will be building out like different highlights and stuff to talk to you guys about who the best high school players were that Friday night. We'll talk about the big games coming up. I'm likely going to be having a very, very late night Friday show as almost like a Friday night light show. We're going to recap everything that happened with the high school players that night so you guys can keep track of those guys that we're already talking about. My mind just went blank too, so I can't even remember who I'm going to be talking about. The Malachi Nelsons of the world. What did Arch Manning do? Everybody keeps talking about he's dropping down the boards. Is he still playing good? How are the best wide receivers looking, our top-end running backs? Can just continue to talk about those guys on Fridays. Then, of course, Saturdays, we'll have our morning show, Coast to Tailgate, every single morning, and we'll be wrapping up with fantasy football, college fantasy tonight, as Felix renamed it, to just kind of recap everything that happened. So 2 weeks away from nonstop content from us. Again, we'll have all of our podcasts and everything going. We are excited to get back into that. Honestly, I don't really know what else there is to talk about. Have you had fun so far? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, good to know. So, yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We're going to take another really quick break here. So I'm going to grab a drink. We'll be back in like 5 minutes. right, so we are now live with Dynasty Nerds and one of the co-commissioners of the elite, prestigious program league, Tristan. Now, Tristan, you've actually seen a lot more of what Nate just dropped in our Discord than I have. I've still not had a chance to watch the video. For anybody watching it here, why don't you just tell them a little bit about what the program is, and if you are in the program, what's coming your way here very soon?
So the program's probably the most extensive C2C league you could ever imagine and be in, and it's about to get even more exciting. The idea with the new recruiting is to make it a little bit more realistic, have a bunch of different ways that you can succeed in recruiting, and that you can do it on your phone. You can do it wherever you are in a much easier format that's going to make it a little more accessible for everyone. So I don't want to get too spoiled too much, but it's going to change everything for the better is the best way to put it.
Yeah, I'm excited to jump into it. He dropped that video to us at like 12 o'clock. What was that, yesterday? Or Friday night? Friday night, and I was a tad bit drunk coming back from the first party, so I had not had a chance to really look at it, but I saw he dropped some of it in the Discord, so I'm excited to be there. Jay, we will do what we can. We got. Can I spoil? Do we have one more conference coming? One more. So for those of you who want to be in with the original group, we've got one more. We may have something coming also in the future, but I can't give that away. It's something we've definitely discussed, trying to make this bigger and better. What's so far this week? Because you were here last year too, right? So what has changed for you this year? How do you think it's bigger, better? Like, what are your thoughts on the Expo so far this year compared to what was happening last year?
I think a lot more people know like C2C and Dynasty formats than last year. Last year, there were a lot of people that were like, I've never heard of Dynasty or C2C or anything like that, or I've barely heard of it. And then there's a lot of people this year that are like, yeah, I joined my first 3 leagues to, this weekend, or I just played last year was my first year. So it's getting more popular, and that's only good for everybody. So.
Yeah, I can't wait to just see more and more people. I just had a conversation with 3 or 4 people who have never played. They played Devi, and they didn't know what C2C was, and we were kind of talking to them about that. So I am excited to see the format just continue to grow, and I'm with Tristan. Like, I think it's just going to be fun. You're right, Desi. I don't know if you watched it or not, and that's why you're saying game changer, but I saw a lot of people blowing up about it in the Discord. Like, I'm excited to take a break here in a little bit and kind of talk about that. What are you guys doing over the Dynasty? Is Garrett and Jared all over there right now? Yeah, I'm excited to go over there and jump on there. So thanks for jumping by, Tristan. I appreciate it. You guys need to come out next year so you can hang out with us. Nate, hopefully, is going to make it next year. It's kind of like what they were saying. Yeah, so
he blocked off the time. So
if you guys want to meet the real godfather of everything going on, like we're just the capos here. We don't do all the stuff that Nate does. Like, you want to meet the godfather of the program, he'll be here next year. So we will check back here, guys, in like another 5 or 10. All right, so we're back now with our own Chris Moxley. As I mentioned earlier, him and Austin were apparently just like, what do you mean you're going to get food? What about me? What were you doing? Just walking around with that sign and like now you're going to go upstairs. How many did you sell? No. I sold all those over. I'm just like, thank you, Mike. So Moxley and Austin were upstairs earlier, just like apparently completely shitting on all of our teams. I'm just going to let Moxley take the mic and kind of give us an idea of what we're going to be expecting in this NIL show. It's supposed to be dropping tomorrow morning, right? Is that the goal, I believe? Sure. That's what we're going to go with.
Yeah, I didn't shit on all of y'all's teams because I actually liked some of the builds that y'all did. I don't think I said anything bad about Matt's team either.
A little disappointed because I did not like my team at all. So I was hoping you guys would confirm my fear that it sucks.
No, it's not too bad, not too bad. But yeah, so if you're an NIL member, this is one of the cool perks that we have. One of the perks is that you get to be part of this league versus a lot of the C2C guys. So it's 12 C2C, 12 NIL, and it's an auction style. 2 copies on the NFL side, 1 copy on this side. And we just wrapped up the NCAA side. And so Austin and I got on mic today and recorded a little bit and talked about the different strategies, what y'all are, how y'all build, how we built, and what our process was going into it. And it was a really great conversation that he and I had. And, we're going to be doing something weekly for this show. And it's, again, one of those perks that you get being an NIL member. We engage and are dropping podcasts just for that league. We'll do one after the run on our big waivers, and then waivers each week, kind of what happened in the league. It's a really exciting opportunity that we have with the NIL members and work with them. And, they're all, I liked a lot of their strategies more than I like some of our strategies.
Well, it probably helps because they work with, we work with them a lot more. So those of you who are wondering, I know we've actually gotten a couple signups as we've been live. $7.99 a month if you do want to go the monthly route, but it is $7.99 a year. And again, go check out sharpsports.com or Sharp Sports on YouTube, Dynasty HQ, Rookie Fever. You might be able to find that a little bit cheaper if you use one of their promo codes to get an NIL yearly membership for money off as well. Again, that we are most active in there because those are the guys that we're constantly talking with. We do leagues with them. They get all the guides free as well with their membership. So if you plan on buying the CFF guide, the Devy guide, the freshman guide, each of those is $20. So you're going to drop $60 on that. If you imagine it that way, you're spending $19 a year to get access to us, like unfettered access. I drop any of my Ohio State the news that I get from the guys that I know that work there. I put that in the NIL chat and they know about it. I don't drop that stuff in there. Like those guys in the NIL chat knew Brock Glenn was committing to Ohio State a week before he committed to Ohio State live on YouTube. We talk about all that stuff, anything I get. I told people in there, Austin knows that's likely not leaving Baylor based on the conversations I had with him in the NIL chat. Like you get unfettered access to us. You can ask us, say, hey, I want to jump on a YouTube or I want to jump on a call with you guys and talk about my teams. You were on there too with Cut Tire. Like Moxley, myself, Felix, and I believe Austin, we all jumped on there and talked 45 minutes with him on all of his different teams. Like that's the best way to get access to us. I will give you my cell phone number if you'd like, and you can text me if you want. You jump in on the NIL. So yeah, it's my favorite part of that website. Obviously, we love everybody who supports us, but those guys, it's just been a lot of fun getting to know them as well because they get so much access to us as well.
No, I totally agree. I mean, when I have a sleeper, before I write an article about that player, before I drop it in the main chat, they know a week ahead of time. So they're probably drafting this dude when y'all are reading the article. And, if I find someone I like or I find a nugget, that's where it's going first almost every time. And like Matt said, I mean, we're so thankful and supportive of everybody that is supporting us. But the perks with the NIL tier, whether it's yearly or monthly, there's some really cool stuff that access-wise or leagues with us, like that's some really fun interaction that we have.
Yeah, it is amazing. So make sure to check out that show. Again, if you want to check out the NIL membership, just go to CAMPUS2CANTON.com. It is prorated as well. So if you've had the scholarship or the walk-on for, say, the past 2 months, and you're like, you know what, I want to try the NIL yearly, you will get that prorated into your subscription. So you didn't just pay $29.99 or $49.99 and then jump up and have to pay another $79.99. You only pay whatever the prorated is to get to that point. So we really appreciate everybody who supports us anyways. Again, I hope a lot of you guys are able to come out next year because it's been a lot of fun. We've already met, Gump, if you guys are in our NIL, he was here earlier. We got to sit there and talk with him for a little bit. Any of those guys, if you want to come by next year, we'd appreciate it. Again, I'm not Felix, so I'm not going to talk for an hour straight. So we're going to take another quick break because my food is about to be here. We'll be live. I might make Colin jump on the mic here for a couple of minutes and talk about what he's got going on.
Shane Manila, Michael Sipes from Dynasty Trades HQ. You look excellent, man.
It's going to start out of nowhere. Look at how little my head is.
Don't you guys always start out of nowhere?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know you were just going to start going. Look how small we are. Well, I am. Why are you
you're
guys?
always small. You are this big.
Oh, it's because I'm behind you. That's why.
If you have not subscribed to Campus to Canton yet, make sure you do it. Use promo code HQ.
What percentage do you get off? This is a pop quiz.
At least 10.
10%. You got it.
10% off. It's well worth it. I get free access because I'm an affiliate. But I would actually pay for it if I didn't get it for free.
Up until 2 weeks ago, the percent you were not sure on the percent.
No. And I was upset, and I told Felix this. I listen to this show every week, and Felix would be like, "Oh, make sure you check out Dynasty." Not Rewind.
Dynasty Trades HQ.
No, first the other people. Rookie Fever, our friends. Dynasty Trades HQ, because you get a discount. And I'm like, yeah, but how much? How much, Felix? Because I don't know. Every week.
And see, I listen to you guys all. I mean, I have for years. You all are an institution. So eventually we got it right.
Do you remember when you first approached us to do this? We were like, well, we don't really do reads like as it's written out. It's just Shane will just start talking. And you're like, that's what we want. So it's worked out that every week it ends up being, we're hoping that he says it correctly, you know?
We didn't want some boilerplate advertisement. We wanted Shane to be Shane. And of course, Shane saw me and he punched me in the face. That's what he did the first time I saw him.
Pretty sure that didn't happen.
Yes, it did.
When did he punch you in the face?
But Friday, I was the chest. It was the chest. So I saw Felix stand there, and I'm like, Felix is a pretty fucking big dude. I think I can take him. He didn't. Oh, yeah, that's right. They don't. But, and Felix is just standing there looking happy as hell, and I'm like, I could take him. And I like Felix. So I'm like, and I figure if I can't, he probably won't hurt me. So fucking, I'm going for it. Yeah, I think I punched him in the chest.
Now, have you guys done any C2C drafts yet, Shane? I think. Wait, you're in which one is it? Born and raised?
Yeah, and what I loved about it, that was my first CDC draft, and I strictly used. Okay, I don't want to say I only used you because I write for DLF and we have Devi stuff too, but I used your Devi ADP a lot and your CFF ADP almost exclusively, and then your rankings.
And so now you get to watch football all week and Saturday.
I can't wait for MAC Tuesdays. I'm not sure I have a player on that team. My favorite thing is I kept drafting guys, and then Felix and everyone else would fucking just trash me in the comments. Oh, you didn't know he's transferring? I'm like, no. Why would I know that? So, but I'm going to win both sides.
But I think, well, first of all, you're a good sport for having done it with us because there's a lot of people who are doing
Campus to Canton for the first time. And it's just about us trying to get people exposed to the format and listen, more football is always good, is a good thing. So, we just want people exposed to more football.
And then they can play all year long instead of just during the regular football season. You play during college football. You also have to do research when there is no football at all. And that's why I like when he's talking about using your site for all his information. And then he says, if I do bad, then he can turn around and blame it on you. And if he does good, he can.
Yeah, because then I interpreted the data and the information you gave me correctly. But if I do poorly, it's just because I followed you guys blindly. So,
well, Michael, we're going to get you in one next.
Yeah. No, well, I was so busy this off season right now with all the traveling and stuff that I've done. So that's why I lived through it, and then he just tells us all about it on the show. And then we talk about doing it. But, and it's funny because like I mentioned to you, I never even watched college football before, but then I started watching some of the stuff. I never played Devy except for that one time he made me. And I always traded my Devy picks away, but when you explained it to me, where you have these kids and then you get to play with them while they're playing in shut up. But I meant to get to use them while they're in college. No, I mean, instead of having Devy players just sitting on your taxi squad not doing anything, when you do it this way, you have these players and you get to play with them. You get to use them when they're playing in college games, and then you get to use them when they're playing in the professionals. So.
And I've played in college fantasy football leagues before, but not C2C. And it's fun because with C2C, there's more strategy, obviously. It's like, all right, well, I want players that are going to graduate to the NFL level, right? I need those Devy guys. But I also am fine with the dude from the MAC that's going to score me 30 points, but has a better chance of being a doctor than ever playing in the NFL. And that's what's fun about it, because I think, and it's only my first year, so I know my strategies are going to evolve. But it's like Dynasty. It's that second layer that just adds to it. And I think that's awesome, because anything that makes you fucking use your brain like that, anything that makes you expand your thought process is awesome. And it's going to be fun when I'm looking at, and I had it for a few years since I ran a site. I wasn't worried about the signing period. Now that's going to be exciting for me again.
Right.
Like all these 17-year-old kids signing with fucking Alabama. And I'm going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe you went to Georgia. There's 87 running backs ahead of them. Like, I can't wait for that to be like an exciting thing every year.
Well, you guys got to check out Dynasty Trades HQ, but I feel like if you pay attention to us, you already do. I can't, say how happy we are to have partnered with you guys, because you guys really are an institution in the fantasy. In the fantasies, that means you're old. But I mean, I've been listening to you for probably since you started. So we really love having you guys partner.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, it's funny. We've been doing this. Jeremy's right there as well.
Jeremy's a ghost. I've never met Jeremy. Anytime I come on you guys' show, he's not there. So as far as the audience can't see Jeremy, no. He's not here, just like when I come on your show.
But no, look, we've been doing this almost 5 years. And actually last night was the first time we ever did a show with the three of us in the same room together. And it was a lot of fun. We had a good time. But yeah, we love working with you guys. And it is. We like to do it, like we said, just talk about it. And it's something that right now Shane actually plays. I didn't do it yet, but I will start doing it now. But it's like, instead of just talking about a product, saying, hey, this is the product, just because somebody's paying you, we're doing it because we like it. We love you. And it's been a great working relationship. So.
Yeah, man.
And I love content. And it's different content than everything else. Like, there's only so many top 10 lists I can read about, who's the best running back for fantasy this year. Like, I love content. But at some point, it's like, all right, I'd love to switch this. So CDC is great for that. And you're great dudes. So it's easy to root for you.
And I like when you were on our show last, you talked about kind of what Shane just said, where there are some players that it's better to have them in the college ranks when you're doing the college thing. But when they move up to the professionals, this guy might not be somebody you want on your professional team. So there's a lot more to it than just drafting these kids and having them on your team all the time. Some of them you may not want to keep, So there's a lot of information that you guys give the listeners to know what to do when they're playing this. So I think it's cool.
Can't wait to write my first CDC article for Campus to Canton. It's going to be big next year. I lost my virginity in college or football.
What? Oh,
parentheses.
I was going to say that's not the story you told me. So, all right, well, cool.
Well, y'all hear the trade alerts on the podcast, and we are happy to work with these guys And one day I'll meet Jeremy. One day. One day I'll see if Jeremy. I saw Michael react like, wait a minute, what happened? Did he punch you?
First of all, we met up with him at 2:30 in the morning at Waffle House the other night, and then we were eating, and this group of guys come walking in, and Shane's looking at him going, I could take them. And I'm like, Shane, shut up. He's like, no, I could take that guy. I was like, dude, eat your food, be quiet, please. Like he was going to fight some nobody. For no
That's
reason.
the East Coaster in him. That's the East Coast. That's the East Coaster. It's in his blood. It's in his blood.
Exactly.
All right,
so not only do I protect him on the show, I protect him in real life too. So there we go.
Michael Sipes, Shane Manila, in an unknown other voice that you may have heard. All right, appreciate it, guys.
Thanks,
all right.
Love you.
Yeah. All right, Jeremy. All right, guys. Hey, if there are players that you guys want us to talk about, or there are people that you want us to talk to, go ahead and let us know. Support what it is that we're doing. Subscribe to the website. It's been an excellent event. We are making people more aware of what it is that we're doing. No, it's not Debbie. No, it's college fantasy. It's not college fantasy. It's a mixture of both. It's a mixture of both that makes football all the better, because you get to watch football on Saturday with the noon game, the big noon kickoff. You get to watch that prime time game that goes into Saturday Night Live. You get to watch us later that night. When you catch college fantasy tonight in the morning show. I mean, we're producing as much content as we can. If you believe in what it is that we're doing, go ahead and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. Subscribe to us on Apple Podcasts. Give us a 5-star rate and review. Let us know that you appreciate what it is that we're doing. I'm going to find some more people. We appreciate you all tuning in. I'm not going to be going that. I ate, so I got refueled. So we'll be right back. We'll be right back. We're already back from the break. I got my man Chris Moxley, Chris Moxley 19 on Twitter. You said you wanted to talk about the backup quarterback at Texas. Why do you want to do that?
Well, I didn't really want to talk about Hudson Card all that much.
You mean the guy who's been taking first team reps? You didn't want to talk about him? You didn't want to talk about the guy taking first team reps? Who? Give us. All right. You want to what you want to talk Quinn Ewers for what purpose? You think he's going to be this all world 4,000 yard passer, 40 touchdowns, Heisman contender?
No, I hate to give you any credit for this because you've been doing this the whole time, but I see how it is. All right, we're live on Twitch for you Twitchers. Here's what I'll say about Quinn Ewers. I don't know how you can comfortably draft him or rank him as a top 3 quarterback currently. I don't have him there. I've never had him there. I think the top 3 is firmly set between Caleb Williams, C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young. Whatever order you want to rank them in, I'm fine with anything. But I don't know how you can keep him there. I'm not worried necessarily, but I do think hype got way over his skis. And I know someone at the site has him QB1.
Is that Matthew?
It is Matthew Bruning.
It's such he has him QB1 overall. Yes. He should be ashamed of himself. I mean, that's just such a projection. There are more proven guys.
It's a lot of risk. And I'm not comfortable in this kind of format taking that risk.
Because listen, these players, we are drafting the players we are eventually going to have on our NFL teams. So to take that much risk at quarterback, it just seems unnecessary when we have established guys in the guys you just named, C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, Caleb Williams. We can comfortably project them to first round value. We can't comfortably project Quinn Ewers to first round value yet.
No, and like my philosophy has always been that taking risks in the first 3 to 4 rounds is really problematic because you get thin very quick on your NFL side when you miss on those picks. It's one of the reasons I go tight end early because I think they're easier to project than other positions, for example. But taking Quinn Ewers, Jackson Dart falls in the same category of where these players are going. That's a lot of risk, and even if there's a lower ceiling for a guy like Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud, because maybe they don't run as much and they don't have the same arm that Quinn does, but I mean, you really should maximize safety at that point in the draft. I think that's the way to go.
I think Jackson Dart has been a player that we've been saying all along. He's too high. Well, I feel like I have. He's too high in our rankings. We don't know enough about his profile yet. And lo and behold, he's losing first-team reps to Luke Altmaier.
Yeah, he is. And we were having this conversation in Discord 6 months ago, maybe. Quinn Ewers versus Jackson Dart was a very hot topic. And it made no sense to me at the time. Caleb Williams versus Jackson Dart. Why would Jackson Dart be above Caleb Williams after a 99th percentile freshman season and Jackson Dart tearing up 2 mediocre defenses at best, to be honest?
And Caleb Williams is the number 1 player in his class, and Jackson Dart, was a late riser.
Yeah, he's a 4-star quarterback who really caught on at the end. He had a great season, I think, at the same high school that Zach Wilson went to.
Jackson Dart, yeah.
Yeah. So he's a late riser.
Corner Canyon, Utah.
Yep. We like his tools. We think that he has a lot of natural ability, but we haven't seen enough to get there. And it's the same situation that we're having with Quinn Ewers where these guys are just going too high.
Is there anybody who's going too late? And I'm going to filibuster here and think about some players. As a matter of fact, I can do this off the top of my head. You know who I'm going to say? Who's going too late at the quarterback position? Hunter Deckers. A legitimate dual threat who can be used at the goal line. Is 230 pounds. It actually just makes sense. Like if you're just thinking about coaches being conservative, Hunter Deckers makes sense to be used on quarterback draw, on quarterback sweep at the goal line. If he has 10 touchdowns, I'm not going to be surprised. He's an aggressive downfield passer. He's got Xavier Hutchinson there who can be, a contested catcher while he develops as a passer. Hunter Deckers just makes sense to me. I think he's my QB 11. Austin and Colin at one point during the offseason. Oh, 100%. Mocked, ridiculed, teased, made fun of. They had him at quarterback 75 at one point. Quarterback 75. I'm not asking you to speak for them, but if you had to lean my way or theirs on Hunter Deckers, which way are you going?
I don't have my rankings in front of me, but I have him in the 20s or 30s, and I think that's a fair projection because I don't think we know necessarily what he is yet. And I am a very aggressive, and these are the guys that are going late, freshman quarterbacks. A lot of these guys have a lot of upside, and we don't know what they are either. These are 5-star dudes who have considerably less risk, which is why I like to rank them higher, with upside that is kind of unknown, but we also haven't seen the downside of these players. I'm very aggressive ranking freshmen. I think I have 3 or 4 freshmen in my top 12, 13.
Sounds like the answer to that question is I'm leaning your way, Felix.
The answer to that question is technically I'm leaning your way.
You're damn right. Let's talk about 2 running backs. Well, do you have a quarterback going too late before we go to another position?
I think, Chem Scan League CFF value is really important. A guy like Siobhan Cordero is going way too late. San Jose State quarterback. He transferred in from Hawaii. That offense is really, really interesting, and they have really quality receivers. They brought Elijah Cooks and Justin Lockhart from Nevada. I really think that they're going to throw a bunch. It was talked about on Campus Life this week when they covered the Siobhan Cordero situation and that entire offense. I think he's a player that's not being drafted that you're going to see a top 24 season out of.
Siobhan Cordero, he's got Elijah Cooks, the former Nevada wide receiver, a basketball player who was a jump ball receiver before, actually had some crazy catches. Crazy catches from Elijah Cooks. Didn't play last year because of injury. Was suspended the year before that. So Elijah Cooks has to be in his 6th season or something like that. He's old, but he's a player who I thought had some NFL value. But There's Cooks, but there's another guy at San Jose State.
Justin Lockhart is one. Isaiah Hamilton was already there. He returns. They have used the tight end traditionally. They had Derek Deese Jr. last year, who I think is a quality player. But the offense has weapons. I think it's a good system, and they're going to pass upwards of 60, 62 new 2-game script pass rate. And, I found that out on our tools on the website. That's one of the things that we can access on the website. All these advanced stats about how teams and coaches at what rate they pass at, stuff like that. And that's where I found a bunch of data, and that's what really attracted me to Cordero when I was going through some of this research previously.
I want to go to the running back position. Speaking of players who are underrated, and this is a guy that I've been touting, Dominic Richardson, a 6'2", 200-ish. The last time I saw a 200-ish pound running back who plays with a lot of thump, runs through and around, runs through tackles, can run around them. But we're always going to remember Dominic Richardson because he was originally committed to TCU. Zach Evans, late addition to TCU's class. And so Dominic Richardson decides, hey, I got to make a jump here, and goes back home. He's from Oklahoma, goes to Oklahoma State. Mike Gundy, underrated as far as producing NFL talent at running back. I mean, he had Juba Hubbard last year at receiver, but it's a team that produces running back talent, and we don't give him enough credit for it. If he can get up to the 215, 220 range, Dominic Richardson could be an NFL player. I think he could be an NFL player like the way he plays. We don't know if he can catch the ball yet, but even in limited work as a freshman and sophomore, he's had games with, like, I think he has the freshman record for rushing yards for Oklahoma State with like 163 against a Baylor team in 2020. So I cannot wait to see Dominic Richardson play this year. He's a guy that just thumps through tacklers. We're going to see him as the bell cow role after Jalen Warren has been there, after LD, I forgot whatever. Mike Gundy likes upperclassmen. Well, now Dominic Richardson is an upperclassman. He's a guy that's going to be fun to watch for a team that could compete for the Big 12 championship. So Dominic Richardson is my running back who's going too late.
I got two for you. A player that I've come around on a lot, Ontario Brown. I think he's just way above Northern Illinois level. He was a top 45 running back in the class, and he pretty much has the opportunity to score touchdowns. They lost their fullback this year, Clint Rakovich. They're vacating 13 rushing touchdowns between him and Peyton Thorne, the quarterback. Or Rocky Lombardi, sorry, different Michigan State quarterback. I think he could have a huge season. I think he's a quality back, and he's got size. He's the biggest back in that room. And I think he could catch passes. He hasn't been asked to do so. Second guy, he's going a little bit higher, but I think he needs to go even higher, is Dwayne McBride, a guy that I think we both like. Great rusher, and even at the NFL level, I think he can be a two-down back.
UAB.
Is as a freshman, he averaged 7.8 yards per carry, and then last year 6.8, something like that. Incredibly efficient rusher. Going to see the bell cow workload. I projected him to lead the country in rushing yards this year. I think he's a great running back.
All right, I'm gonna have to drop you for a second, Chris Moxley, so I can talk to Hutchinson Brown, the young phenom. Come on, Hutch, come on. Yeah, let's go here. Hutchinson Brown, one of the youngest fantasy analysts out there. Hutch, how do we get you to play in college fantasy or in the CAMPUS2CANTON league?
Oh man, I would have to start watching college football. I really don't watch much college football. I would love to try it though.
So here's the great thing about CAMPUS2CANTON leagues. You get to watch football that matters throughout the entire week and on Saturday. You get Thursday night games, Wednesday night games. More football is always a good thing. You got to agree with that.
Yeah, more football is always amazing. During the week for the NFL season, that Tuesday through Wednesday, like Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Friday is always sad days because there's no football on Saturday.
I'm trying to peer pressure you in to trying a college fantasy game. There's tons of college fantasy games. There's redraft. There's CAMPUS2CANTON like our format. There's CFF dynasty leagues. I'm peer pressuring you. How old are you?
16.
I'm 35. You're gonna play in college fantasy here in a few years, very soon. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Hutchinson Brown guarantees on our airways that he's going to be playing in college fantasy here very, very, very soon. What's your Twitter, man?
I'm at HutchinsonB_FF.
All right, man. Appreciate you for joining us. You heard it right here on the Campus Can feed. Get a guarantee from Hutchinson Brown. Going to be playing college fantasy.
Heck yeah, man. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. I was just walking by and you said hi.
All right, man. All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yep, all good. Chris Moxley, he's brought in Dwayne McBride. I don't think Chris Moxley. Chris, you got bumped. You got bumped for the kid. You got bumped for the kid. We were in the middle of talking about Dwayne McBride. Dwayne McBride from UAB, a 220-pound player who, one thing you didn't say, with that vaunted Georgia defense last year, Dwayne McBride, 69 yards or whatever it was the second most rushing yards allowed to any player that they played last year.
He averaged 5 yards a carry in that game too. Like, it wasn't just a total volume play. He was efficient. He was splitting time with I think it's Jermaine Brown.
It was another Brown.
Yeah, his backfield mate. At the beginning of the season, I don't think he had 20 carries until maybe week 3 or 4, and then exploded down the stretch, going over 100 yards. He had a 200-yard game. I mean, this is a guy who I think is one of the best running backs at the group of 5 level, and I think he has NFL rushing ability. We always hear coaches talk about, oh, this guy can catch passes. They talk about him doing it in practice. We haven't seen it on the field. I would love if he caught 20 balls this year and showed a little bit of chops doing so. That would really make him interesting because he has feature back size.
In fairness, he was a player that we were touting last year before the season. And then he, like a lot of group of 5 guys, started with some Power 5 opponents and then just wasn't very good versus those opponents. So didn't pay attention to him. I think he was even one of my guys on Debbie Debate that I touted last year. But requisite size, 220 pounds. This is the thing. UAB lies about their heights and weights, though, because my man, I can't remember his name. I can picture his face. He Watkins, the Watkins wide receiver from UAB. He was supposed to be like 6'2", 210 pounds. Ended up going to the combine, measured at 6'1", like 190. So we got to watch out because UAB does lie about their heights and weights. But, I mean,
he looks like a bigger back, though. He really does. He looks like he's probably 215, 220.
So you gave us Dwayne McBride. Who was your other back?
Ontario Brown, NIU.
Ontario Brown, NIU. And if you're going to have Treyvion Rudolph go down with an injury, maybe they just Rocky Lombardi's there. Maybe they just figure they're just going to stick to the running game.
They ranked 123rd in neutral game score pass rate last year. They're going to run no matter what. And they vacate touches between Clint Rakovich and Javon Ducker, who moved on to Memphis. I like the opportunity there for both him and Harrison Whaley. I think Ontario Brown can have an 1,200-yard season. And I think he's a quality player, period.
Another G5 running back who could potentially have an NFL future with Dwayne McBride, with Ontario Brown. We're not saying that these are day 2 guys, but if they're 4th or 5th round draft picks, like for example, Gus Edwards, who can, get drafted, get onto a roster, and we say, hey, that guy's in a committee and the number 1 guy went down. You could see these are guys who could surprise and have a Khalil Herbert like rise in value when the number 1 guy goes down.
Yeah, I think Dwayne McBride is an NFL player. I think he will be drafted, and I think he will make a roster, probably as an RB2, RB3. But I mean, that's all you need. You get a guy, makes a roster in a good situation. Guy at front of hand goes down, he splits touches, he proves to be more efficient, great rusher. I'm excited for him. I legitimately am because I think he's a great collegiate running back, and I think he's probably a day 3 pick.
I think the topic that we're talking about is wide receivers players who are going too late. And we did quarterback. I said Hunter Deckers. Yours was Siobhan Cordero, San Jose State. At running back, I did Dominic Richardson. Chris did Antonio Brown and Dwayne McBride. Let's move here to the wide receiver position. But before we get to the wide receiver position, I've got Dwayne Jarrett at wide receiver 28. Is that too high? Some players around him. Nathaniel Dell at 26. Brian Thomas, the LSU wide receiver, at 27. Rakeem Jarrett at 28. Then right underneath him, 29, Miles Price, who we expect to be uber productive in that Texas Tech scheme. At 30, Stephon Cobbs, another upperclassman who we expect to be very productive at Boise State. Too high for Raheem Jarrett, who we don't think is going to be productive this year.
So I don't think so. And I actually think you can make an argument for him being higher. And I'm not a big Raheem Jarrett fan at this point. But that dude's like a legit athlete. Like, he's a very good athlete.
Just made Bruce Feldman's freak list.
Yeah, great athlete. 5-star receiver, went to Maryland. He flipped late from LSU, I believe. It was LSU or Bama. This dude's a freak. He's going to be drafted day 2. I really think that. Even with not a lot of production. I mean, this offense is going to be good. They throw the ball a bunch. Tua Tagovailoa is not a bad quarterback. I like Raheem Jarrett a little bit more than I think maybe our counterparts do. I think he easily deserves to be a top 30 wide receiver. I think you can make a case for him being top 20 if you want to project him into the NFL going day 2, and I think that's a fair assumption.
Some players I want to make sure that I have ranked properly above Raheem Jarrett. Isaiah Nayor, the Texas wide receiver.
I would prefer Jarrett personally.
Why? Wait a minute. Isaiah Nayor has been very productive at Wyoming. And through 2 seasons, Dwayne Jarrett has not been. Or Raheem Jarrett, excuse me.
Yeah, I don't know what Nayor's role is at the NFL level. Like, I don't know where he fits in. He's like a downfield field stretcher, but he doesn't really.
What is Raheem Jarrett's role at the NFL level?
I don't know, but he's a great athlete. Someone's going to take a shot on him. Nayor is probably a day 3 wide receiver.
Let us know in the comments, Raheem Jarrett or Isaiah Nayor. I'll give you another one. The UTEP transfer to Arizona, Jacob Cowing. Slot wide receiver, can be explosive downfield, can do the underneath stuff too. I think we have him timed at 21 miles per hour, Jacob Cowing. So, all right. So no excuses now. Athleticism might be similar for Jacob Cowing and Raheem Jarrett. Should I have Jarrett or Cowing higher?
In a C2C league, you should probably have Cowing because I think he outproduces him this year, but I don't think it's that crazy to have them close. I just believe there's a better chance that Raheem Jarrett's going to be going day 2 just with that athleticism. I think Cowing's a good athlete. I just don't think Cowing's a great, amazing athlete. And I think Jarrett has that upper tier, like elite athleticism. I think Cowing's good.
I think we have breaking news. Is that breaking news? Breaking news. The wives of Campus to Canton might be putting together a Real Housewives of Campus to Canton. Listen, this is exclusive. This is just breaking. We don't have all the details yet. But, I mean, you got to give us a like and subscribe to the YouTube video for that content. Paula Bruning, come behind the microphone and talk about this breaking news that we may have.
Oh, well, I was thinking about it when you said all the wives are going to get together and do a podcast. I was like, I don't know if his wife's going to be want to do it.
Chris's wife already wants to do content for us.
It would do content. Would be the Real Housewives of CAMPUS2CANTON doing fantasy football and behind the scenes of how you guys react.
I like it. We see the Dynasty Rewind crew over here. It looks like they have some of their wives with them. So if that is content that you would be interested in, the Real Housewives of Campus2CANTON, then please let us. Matthew, did you hear this breaking news? The wives are going to do a show. Matthew said good luck with that. All right, so if that's content you would be interested in and subscribe to the channel, you might see it on the feed, right?
Yeah, you'll see it on the feed.
Okay, all right. We are going to take a break. I'm going to take a break here. If there are players that you want us to talk about, let us know in the comments. You know, our breaks here have been really, really short. As soon as I can get somebody else to talk, we start talking. We've been talking here for 3 hours. We've had Ryan McDowell on. We've had Eric Froton on. We've had the Dynasty Trades HQ guys on. We've had Michael Fanero on talking about trying Campus2Canton for the first time. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. All right. extraordinaire behind the scenes, Dwight Peebles, DJ'd here at the event. Dwight, how's your experience? This is your second or third fantasy football. How have you seen this event grow in the last 3 years?
It was crazy because the first room, I mean, we were like holed into an art center, about 15, 20 booths. We didn't have hardly any people come through that weren't, like industry guys. And to come to this, and I've already heard next year is going to a different venue that's going to be bigger even. So it's cool to see. It's cool to see everybody get together, everybody be nice to each other. Because if you're
We've for the most part been nice to each other.
we are, yeah, but you know how it is. There's always these guys on Twitter that have this different bravado. So it's nice to put names to faces, see people.
Pat Bruni.
Find things you haven't. We all have this in common. So it's cool. It's really cool to see.
You DJ'd the event last year. You were also a witness to the massacre in Canton. That's what we're calling it, the massacre in Canton. The race. You were firsthand. Please describe what you witnessed, sir.
It was pretty for a second. It got ugly quick, but yeah, I thought he kept up with you, but he lost that. Once he lost a lot, and then Matt, of course, is complaining that he wasn't even. Yeah, I could have beat him, but yeah, should have been there, Matt. Should have been there.
But Austin, I mean, in 50 yards, clearly lost by 3 or 4 strides.
Good. Yep. Good couple strides. Yep.
What was he think? What was Austin thinking? What do you think was going through his head as he was looking at the back of my feet?
That he used to be a gazelle. That he used to be a contender. But he's not a contender anymore.
He's not a contender. He's for some reason we're talking with. It's a Boston or a New York accent. All right, that's Dwight Peebles, who edits our content, who does a lot behind the scenes, and we're on the final stretches here at the Fantasy Football Expo. I've got an event I'm moderating the Debbie panel at 3:30. I feel like that's going to be live somewhere, so you can probably watch it or something. So if the Fantasy Football Expo is broadcasting those things, you can catch the Debbie Summit. It's going to be myself, Bruce Mattson from DLF, Eric Froton, Dynasty Pros, Tom from Dynasty Pros, Tom Harvey. So it's going to be a good group, a good conversation. Maybe, yeah. And so if you can find that somewhere, find it. All right, we'll be right back. to bring on Shane Hallam of Devi Marketplace and NFL Draft Countdown. We had Kane on. This is the other half. We're not even going to mention the better half. And you know what? We're going to mention you, and we're going to mention Kane, and no one else from Devi Marketplace. Okay? No one else.
No one else is here.
So that's right. That's right. You wouldn't even show his face. So, Shane, I mean, you're deep into like not just Devi and C2C, but like NFL draft prep. So, maybe for the 2023 class, highly touted running back class, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson. After those two, are there some players that you particularly like?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's wide open after those two right now for 23 more than people think. Like, you know, I like Zach Evans. I think all of us in the fantasy community like him probably more than the NFL does. But if he smashes at Ole Miss, you have the pedigree. Like, I think he's the other guy kind of with that first round shot. And I think the kind of common that, you know, Tank Bigsby's and Zach Charbonnet's, I think are high on that list. You know, one thing actually is C2C, and you guys especially have helped me with the draft stuff is, you know, getting that college production. And last year was the first year I did C2C and started Draft Countdown. That you see it, that translates into draft capital. Like, I think Lou Nichols, I think Rasheen Ali, I think both have top 100 possibilities where we might be like, oh, those are CFF guys, you know, where I think you're drafting them. And then
We thought that about Sky Moore.
Right.
And, you know.
And look at that, right? Even like Calvin Austin, right? I mean, like, decent draft capital. So that's why I think I've been focusing a little more on like those two as legitimate. They could be the 4th, 5th running back off the board, one of them, and you're getting both sides, and you don't even think that you are.
Now, before Brian Harsin, in his freshman year, Tank Bigsby was very widely considered to be even potentially the number 1 running back in this class. And then last year, you know, doesn't really have a jump in production under the first year head coach. But I still see a lot. I see more flash in Tank Bigsby's game than, for example, Isaiah Spiller. Like, should we still value Tank Bigsby as a potential day 2 running back?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle point there. I think I agree with you. I think there has been more flash, especially in that first year. You know, last year was just so rough, and they're switching things. And I think there is some fear out there about, you know, how fast is he? You know, I think he's an athletic player, and I think we can see that explosiveness. But like Isaiah Spiller, you know, I think we saw some of that, and it just didn't translate to the workouts, and he fell. I think Bigsby, I feel a little better about than Spiller in that realm, but I think that's going to be the question. And so I personally, I think he's being overvalued right now in Devi because we're kind of living on that freshman season a little bit. And hey, it's probably not his fault. It's probably Auburn's fault. He's probably could still be productive, but you know, like I said, compared to Zach Charbonnet, who I don't love that much, but I almost feel like is probably going to get drafted higher than Tank Bigsby. He's big, he's fast, and he's going to be the guy at UCLA. So, you know, I think that's the tough thing is if you're drafting Tank in C2C, you're almost drafting him for the NFL side. And now it's like, what if that's not there? He scares me too much to invest in.
Well, Shane, I know that you play in C2C leagues because we're in leagues together. We did, you know, we're in one particular league where I did a whole bunch of monster trades and traded away the soul of my NCAA team for NFL assets, and you and I did one of those trades. I think that brought George Kittle to my side. Who did you get to come to your? I think it was Michael Mayer. I think Michael Mayer and some other players for that.
Yeah, I think there's another, maybe a big CFF running back.
So who are some players that you find yourself rostering over and over again in C2C, which is obviously a deeper format? Some of mine. Hunter Deckers, who I've talked about on this stream, Dominic Richardson, Jaden Bray, who Kane mentioned here earlier. Who are some players that you find yourself rostering across your C2Cs?
Now, look, this year I'm trying a different C2C philosophy, which our trade works for, because I think there is a hole at the college side. Like, if it's 50-50 split, I'm going to win the college side. That's basically been what I'm doing in C2C this year. because I think it's easier to win than the NFL side. It's got a lot harder. So I've really been targeting trying to trade for those college assets. So like Miles Price has been a guy from Texas Tech. I mean, I'm drafting, I'm trading for that people don't see an NFL future, and I can give up NFL assets for. So he's been a guy that I've been, highly rostering. Tavion Thomas from Utah, who I think does have an NFL.
Well, I think Matt Waldman might actually likes Tavion Thomas.
Yeah, likes him a lot. And I think he's been getting more NFL buzz. He was pretty high in the Phil Steele rankings, too, higher than a lot of the NFL draft stuff. So I think he's an exceptional, college running back. I think the Pac-12 defenses are weak this year. I'll take that to the bank. And anytime I can get Will Rogers, I'm getting Will Rogers. Just give me the 400, 500 yards all day.
The Mike Leach, whoever's Mike Leach's quarterback is.
I don't care. I want him on my college roster because when you're in that spot, you're like, oh man, I got to buy, or I got my quarterback gets hurt. I don't know who to start. Like Mike Leach, quarterback, slide him in, and you got a nice floor, and the ceiling's there too. So that's been great. And I think when you can, stacking up, so I've been trying to get Jaden Wally and with him, or trying to
Ra Thomas for Mississippi State there too also. So, all right. Well, the Devi Marketplace Discord is absolutely free. I'm in the Discord, so you guys should check that out. Shane Hallam, you also check out his work at NFL Draft Countdown. What's your? I know some people's Twitter handles off the top of my head, but I do not know yours. What's your Twitter?
Shane P. Hallam. That's mine. So.
That's very easy to remember. Shane.
You gotta get the middle initial. That's the key.
Shane P. Hallam on Twitter. All right, man. Appreciate you joining us. Thanks for the insight. Yeah. All right. Thanks. All right. We are probably winding down here at the Expo, at least for the live stream. You got to try this and come out here for yourself. If you haven't, at least try it once. We're giving away a CJ. Let me just put this on the camera. I feel like we should have this in plastic. Nobody should actually be touching it. Signed ball from CJ Stroud. We are giving away to some folks here. To somebody at the Expo is going to get it. We've got copies of the CFF guide and the freshman supplemental draft guide. If you're a Campus to Canton subscriber, then you know about these guides already. The CFF guide, we published 3 guides this off season. Over 800 pages worth of content. If you are discovering Campus to Canton for the first time, go ahead and subscribe. Subscribe as a yearly subscriber. I think it's $79.99 for the year. You get all 3 of those guides. You get all of our rankings. You get access to the NIL Discord. We're very active in our Discord. I mean, you get all the tools that where you can compare players all the way back from 2008 up until freshman in college now. So if you want to compare Devontae Adams to Xavier Worthy and see where they plot against each other as far as receiving yards per team pass attempt, you can do that. So support what it is that we're doing. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube. Like this video. Follow us on Apple Podcasts. I think that I'm not, puffing when I say this, but we've got content every single day for you. And not just in the season. I mean, in the season, we're going to have, multiple shows every single day. But even during the off season, Monday through Friday, YouTube content, audio content, video content. The Discord is active. We're approaching this like we are trying to, expand the format. Not just C2C, but Nick. Not just C2C, but also CFF, Debbie. We're trying to expand the college fantasy game. Come here, sir, Mr. CFB Winning Edge. If you haven't caught CFB Winning Edge, the podcast, you need to. This man does not promote himself enough. You can find him on Twitter at CFB Winning Edge. Also, they're doing all breakdowns of all 131 FBS teams. That's 31 because James Madison that just was added, and even Antoine Wells, who transferred from James Madison to South Carolina, is a player that a lot of people like. I'm going to give you a second to think about this. And see in CFF, if you had, give us like 2 or 3 players that you must have in your CFF leagues, and obviously that's that is important information for our C2Cers because they can trade for these players. Maybe it's a G5 guy, maybe it's a Power 5 guy that we're not thinking about. So give me a player or players that you got to have in your CFF leagues or on the college side of your Campus to Canton leagues.
So I've gone pretty heavy in quarterbacks this year. Just sort of, I draft with a lot of guys, super smart. I'm not going to outsmart them, but it seemed to me that there was a little bit of value on guys like Tyler Shuck at Texas Tech. Not guaranteed to start, but they made a change at head coach, offensive coordinator Zach Kitley coming from Western Kentucky, and a guy who was just going a little later than I would expect, and certainly the upside based on what we saw Bailey Zappi do last year is there. So I decided to sort of try to grab him as often as I could at a little bit of value. Similar thought on Jared Dagey, who transferred from West Virginia to Western Kentucky. Neither guy, a lot of folks are, I think, real high on long term, but the system in place, even though they don't have the same offensive coordinator at Western Kentucky, they promoted from within. They had a lot of success last year. You would expect things are going to flow really similarly as far as at least play calling percentage wise, things like that. So Dagey also not guaranteed to start, but I thought had a better at the beginning of the year, better than 60% chance. Now it's probably 70, 75, 80, and still some value. He went, I think, in the 12th round of our Kings Classic League yesterday. So high upside potential with guys like that who are going to throw for a lot of yards. So.
Well, so that's a question, because I think in C2C we understand that Zach Kitley is a name that you have to follow, and so, but the question is all right. He took it from Houston Baptist to Western Kentucky. He's now trying to take it from Western Kentucky to Texas Tech. What would you say the likelihood is that they're able to replicate or almost replicate the production that they had from 2021 at both Western Kentucky, the place where he left, and Texas Tech, the place where he's at now? What would you say the likelihood is that once again in 2022 that those combinations, whether it be Malachi Corley, David Davis, or Jaron Hall at Western Kentucky, or I can't even think. There's Miles Price. There's Loic Fungi, Jaron Bradley. There's Mason Tharp, the tight end at Texas Tech. What would you say the likelihood is that the train keeps moving at both of those programs?
Well, I mean, how often does an NCAA record get broken, right? So it's probably not very likely that we're going to see that level of production at either place again. But, Jared, who does some great work for you guys, posted something the other day I thought was a super smart way of thinking about it. What percentage do you think, Jared Dagey is going to get as far as production compared to Bailey Zappi last year? It seemed like the winning choice in the poll was 60%. And even that, he ran the numbers real quick and saw that was, top 20 level production in CFF. And Dagey's a guy who's been, taken as quarterback 30, 40 a lot of times. So it's not likely that they're going to get to that elite record-breaking level. But even if they take a fairly significant step back, if you just look at the grand landscape of 131 teams, still going to be up there and still going to provide value, at least up until this point, based on ADP for those two teams in particular. But you never know. There was a stretch there. This is a long time ago, but early 2000s when Mike Leach first, was a head coach at Texas Tech, where 3-4 years in a row they were operating at a record-breaking pace. I'm not saying that Zach Kitley and this sort of new tree that's starting to sort of grow a little bit at places like Western Kentucky and Texas Tech. Not saying we're going to see that, but it's possible. There might not be a huge drop-off, and in fact, we might now have 2 or 3 because Georgia Southern's in this tree now as well. They brought in a guy from Western Kentucky. So, who knows? Maybe there's still a little opportunity where we will see some of that elite level of production.
And, we've left Tyler Shuck for dead, but he's a kid who started as a true freshman at a Power 5 program. So maybe that spring game isn't totally indicative of what he could actually produce with some pretty good skill positions there at Texas Tech. A team that has they're trying to get back to their spread roots under Zach Kitley. So Nick, what's your last name?
Allen.
Nick Allen. You can find him at CFB Winning Edge on Twitter. You can CFB Winning Edge, the podcast. Some work that we really respect here at Campus Can. Nick, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Thanks, man. All right. Like I said, I keep saying we're winding down, and then we have more people and get more people in here. So, but we are probably winding down. Support us on YouTube. Support us on Apple Podcast. Go ahead and check out a guide. If you are looking at Campus Can for the first time, you don't know where to start, you can start with our Debbie guide. You can start with our CFF guide. You can start with our rankings. $20 for each of the guides. Or if you are a NIL yearly subscriber, you get all of the guides. Debbie guide, Campus Can, freshman and supplemental draft guide, and the CFF guide. They come with your membership. And you may have heard Dynasty Trades HQ, Rookie Fever came on. They both have promo codes. So listen to their podcasts. So you can get a promo code, you get 10% off. I'll just tell you what they are. Rookie Fever is Fever, and Dynasty Trades HQ is HQ. So go ahead and sign up. It's just $2.99 a month, even if you didn't use a promo code. So go ahead and check them out as we try to grow this format and popularize this format. And we try to bang on the doors of ESPN and Sleeper and MFL and get them to add college fantasy. All right, what else should I say? What else should we promote? That might be it for us. Broadcasting live from the Expo in Canton, Ohio. Ohio, just such a disgusting state. Just such a, it's really sad that the Expo is here. There is a state up north that has lakes and beaches and nicer people. And we need to talk to Bob Lung and have the Expo in that state instead of this one that shouldn't even be part of the union, if you ask me. It shouldn't even be part of the union. All right. We'll be right back here. All right. Dynasty Pro. Oh. Dynasty Pros Tom Harvey on Twitter. He mentioned he wanted to jump on the live stream. You're a C2C first timer.
First timer.
What caused you to gravitate towards the format?
Well, I've always been been big on Devi. I really like college football fantasy, and it just kind of offers a lot. It offers a lot of the same stuff, just all combined together. I really like the C2C format with the NFL side and then the college side. A bunch of strategy goes into it. It's real great.
And this is your first year. You're already in. Matt, talk to them. You're already in 10 leagues.
Yeah, I've already joined like 9-10 leagues already. It's insane.
So, and how's the website? How's CAMPUS2CANTON helped you through your league?
CAMPUS2CANTON is great. It's got all the articles, got all the rankings, got all the ADPs, which is great. Jared's actually come up with the trade.
The draft predictor tool.
Draft predictor tool. Love that. It's great. Yeah, it's a really awesome tool to use.
And you got your own website there at Dynasty Pros.
DynastyProsFootball.com. Right. We do everything Dynasty. What I specialize in the Devi side. We do a lot of IDP stuff. We actually have trade value charts, which I don't think anybody else really has. So it's actually, it's definitely worth checking out.
In your first year, give us a sense of some players that you're rostering, on all of your C2C leagues, or you're trying to grab.
Well, other than the obvious ones like all the Devi guys, I'm really interested in picking up guys like Tajay Spears from Tulane, Kamar Wheaton. I've been picking him up in basically everything. Zach Kuntz is another one, the tight end from Old Dominion. Those are probably the main three I've been trying to grab in everyone.
Zach Kuntz, who I think was number 2 on Bruce Feldman's athletic freak list, a 6'8", 250-pound wide receiver who they say can run a 4.5. So he might also be a Devi guy.
I hope so. That's why I've been taking him. I've been saying a lot that I think he's more of a rosterable Devi guy than what people realize.
Well, what's great about Campus to Canton is the diversity of players that you could have and the reasons that you could have. You got CFF guys. You got guys who are clearly like potential NFL players that you're not going to start. I think of Georgia's running back situation, for example. Not one guy is going to get all of the carries. And so, you're going to have a Kendall Milton, who we believe is an NFL running back, but probably not somebody that you're going to start. So, but do you like that about the format, the fact that you get so much more exposure to football?
Yeah, it forces you to pay a whole lot more attention to college football. So last year was my actual first year playing in a CFF league. I'd never played in a CFF league until last year. I'd always just done like Debbie stuff. But playing in an actual CFF league kind of forces you to pay attention to everything that's going on. So, I really like that aspect of it. Is that, you're picking up guys like a Branson Robinson or Kendall Milton or whatever for your Debbie part, but then you're also reaching, taking later guys like Christopher Brooks at BYU, who not a lot of people know about. So, you're going to take guys like that. You're going to take guys like Tajay Spears. You're going to take guys like Brandon Campbell, who just transferred to Houston. Mike Washington over at Buffalo. It just keeps.
You're dropping some names that nobody has mentioned on here. Tajay Spears at Tulane. Michael Pratt might have the strongest arm in all of college football. A little erratic, but I don't know if you remember that game against Oklahoma last year where Tulane gave them a scare early.
In that game.
Yeah, very early on. And I just think that, having Michael Pratt starting in that game or maybe Tajay Spears, you have more action, more invested in the college game now.
Absolutely.
And there's still dynasty fantasy football.
Yeah. Well, it is still dynasty football because you still have your NFL side. So those guys who you have on your college team are going to move on to your NFL side as long as you got the right college guys. So it's still dynasty.
For those who think that they can actually evaluate talent, Campus to Canton is for you. Tom Harvey, Dynasty Pros. Tom, Dynasty Pros. Check out the website. Thank you for joining me, man.
Appreciate you.
All right. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. That is officially going to be Jared Wackerly, Mike, Garrett Price, the Dynasty Nerds crew here behind us. Those are our last guests on the Campus to Canton Live live stream. We've been going. This says 4 hours. We've been talking for 4 hours. I'm wearing a diaper, and I need to go change it. Wait, Austin, Austin's coming over here.
You go change your diapers?
I told Barnabas that he should interview me, and he got scared away. Do you have any questions for me?
Well, I asked you a question last time I was here. I asked you about quarterback. Any quarterbacks you like besides Hunter Deckers? And you threw it right back at me. Some good questions for Felix. How old were you when you started playing fantasy football?
That's a good question. So I remember the first draft pick that I made in a fantasy draft was taking Willis McGahee over Brian Westbrook, Eagles Brian Westbrook, and was laughed at. ESPN had all the free leagues, and so I remember one summer just being bored, and I'm like, I'm just going to do a whole bunch of drafts. Never paid attention to the teams during the season. But so, whatever year that was, that's probably 2004, 2003, somewhere around there.
So you were like 30 at the time. Took a while for that setup. Thank you for getting around to it for me. Jared hopping on?
No, we already talked to him.
Oh, I thought you said they were hopping on. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, we are coming to an anticlimactic end here.
Are we wrapping up right now?
I mean, we can still talk.
I got to eat.
All right. That's the end. I know how to begin things. I don't know how to end them unless we say good night and good luck. Is that what we're going to say? Good. Subscribe to CAMPUS2CANTON.com. Check out the CFF guide. Check out the apologies to Kirk Cousins. Kirk Hurts. Apologies to Kirk Hurts. We ran out of time. Listen to Debbie Debate on the Campus to Canton podcast stream, or don't listen to it on the Debbie Debate stream, actually. If you're a true fan of ours, please go and listen to it on the Campus to Canton podcast stream. We might eventually retire the Debbie Debates individual stream, but $2.99 a month. $2.99 a month for a subscription at CAMPUS2CANTON.com. You get over 1,000 player rankings. You get the tools that Jerick has talked about. If you want to compare Devontae Adams to Xavier Worthy, you can do that. If you want to compare Bijan Robinson to Saquon Barkley, you can do that. Some of the most innovative tools, or the most innovative tools on the market. Are we allowed to say the? You're the boss. Are we allowed to use comparative language?
Just today.
What other secrets am I allowed to divulge?
Did you talk at all about the Kalamazoo Promise?
Kalamazoo Promise, which Mike Valerie has developed. See, this is the after show. This is the after show. Mike. It's for real? Okay. So Mike Valerie has developed a drink. It's a Campus to Canton specific drink, and it's called the Kalamazoo Promise. And I guess only NIL members are going to get the recipe. So if you're not in the NIL, which is not that expensive, Matthew Bruning is trying to destroy the setup here at the Expo. But if you are not an NIL subscriber, you won't get the recipe. But you could get the recipe if you're an NIL subscriber. All right. What else? What else needs to be said? We can't just treat this like the after show.
That's all I got, man. I mean, everyone saw us race, and everyone saw us out at dinner, and those are kind of the two. I do just want to say on air real quick that Matt's ducking us. Matt is 100% ducking us. You're ducking our race.
You guys couldn't win 5 minutes. 5 minutes is all it would take.
He has a rebuttal.
Well, it doesn't matter because Moxley's thrown me under the bus, which is not true to begin with. I've been mocked and ridiculed for visiting family. I wanted to visit family. I haven't seen in 10 years. When Noah Hills asked why I didn't participate in the race, and so you said reports are that Bruning was scared or something like that. And yet I thought maybe you ended it already. Literally, as I was walking down toward the field, I saw the two of you walking away from the race. You literally just completed. I just didn't know what had happened. Yes, Felix was practically naked, and you guys didn't allow me to compete. I would have jumped on that field and know it was closing and beat Felix.
What people don't know is that Felix actually also oiled himself up before the race. He said extra aerodynamism. So it was a sight to behold. Well, it's going to be a yearly thing now, right? Yeah. It has to be. Yeah, it's going to be a yearly. Yeah. I'm going to film all my training for the year, make a Rocky montage, and then when I beat you, I'm just going to put it up on the big screen up at the stadium.
You've got like 3 or 4 steps to make up, so and Matthew thinks that he's very confident that he could actually beat me. And Matthew's talking about bringing Colin on to this race. So now people are just talking that are not on the mic because we're not professional. We're not professional at all. We have no idea what it is that we're doing. So all right. That's going to be it for our show tonight. Apologies to Kirk Herbstreit. We ran out of time. For Matt Bruning, for Jarek Backus, for Austin Nace, for Colin Decker, for Barnabas Lee, for Chris Moxley, for Paula Bruning, good night and good luck.